Hello everybody, I hope you're doing well and welcome in this new video tutorial in which I'm going to share with you my workflow in order to model a Disney style head character. As you can see on screen, I already started to do a pretty basic sketch using the grease pencil tool from Blender. This is not going to be a grease pencil tutorial, by the way. If you want to understand this tool, I created a full-length video tutorial from A to Z to share with you all the tips and tricks regarding this tool. But I already created this blueprint for us to have a plan in order to sculpt a model, to sculpt the head, and then we are going to do a retopology on top of the sculpt in order to have an animatable model, an animation-friendly model. This is not going to be a pure beginner tutorial, so if it's the first time that you're opening Blender, I really advise you to go and watch some basic tutorial, such as how to navigate in the UI, how to do basic modeling stuff. In this one, we are going I am going to share with you mainly techniques and workflow regarding how to build nice shapes and how to create a proper topology regarding the different facial features and how to make basically a professional model. So as you can see, I already have my grease pencil object in the space, and one thing that I want to do is to enable the shortcuts that I'm pressing, so you will be able in the lower right corner of the viewport to see what keys I'm pressing in order to pause the video if you want to, if you didn't understood what I was doing and or I forgot to mention the shortcuts that I'm pressing, you can always refer back to this in the right corner, lower right corner. So just to set up the workspace of Blender, I'm going to open Preferences by pressing F4 and going into Preferences, and you will be able to see that in the input section, I'm using the Emulate 3-button mouse option. This enables me to press the Alt key while maintaining the stylus of my graphic tablet in order to orbit around. I can also press the Shift key in addition to the Alt key in order to pan, and I can press the Control and Alt key in order to zoom in and out. So this is like the best navigation, I think, regarding sculpting workflow, because you can be over the model. You don't have any button to press on your stylus, which can be can give you I would say a pain in the hand in the long run. So I think this is like a pretty good way to navigate around the viewport. So the next thing is that you can see I have my grease pencil object over there. I can reactivate the overlay so I can see the selection, and one thing I want to do is I want to duplicate this using an instance, so I can press Alt D and right click in order to cancel the location, the translation, sorry, and from the top view I also want to rotate this 90 degree and I want to bring it near the front on the y-axis like this. So if I go to the side view, you can see that I have my mesh over there. Maybe I'm going to center the side view, the profile, and from the front view this is already set up. So let me just push that a bit outside of the view, and you can see that I have this blueprint being set up already. We are not going to follow this blueprint very precisely. This is not a perfect blueprint, by the way. But we are going to use that as a quick proportion check from time to time, and at some point we will totally abandon this grease pencil object just to dive more into the 3D object that we will have. So one thing that is also quite important is that you can select those objects and you can press, you can, for instance, go with this one, and you can also enable the in front option for this one. So when you add a 3D object, you will be able to see your grease pencil object always in front. And if this checkbox is not marked on a specific object, you can see you cannot see it through. So I'm going to enable this again. And one last thing is that I am using this option over there, the viewport shading, and I am using the viewport background, and I change the color to a lighter one so I can better see what I'm doing in the viewport. Okay, so next thing also to do is to select the camera and the light and remove it, and I am going now to do very basic primitive modeling in order to start something, to have a base mesh that I can sculpt following the proportion of my mesh. So for that, you're not obliged to use your graphic tablet. You can use your mouse, which can be easier in some situations. So I'm going to bring a cube, enter in edit mode and subdivide this cube. And in this panel over there, I can crank up to 3 subdivisions, 3 cuts, and I can push the smoothness to 1. And as you can see, maybe this is not very centered, but it's okay. What I will be able to do is to simply push this on the cranium area, and from the side view you can see that it's not fitting very well. So what I can do is I can directly press Ctrl Tab, enter in sculpt mode, press G in order to grab the grab brush, by the way, and then what I can do is I can enable symmetry over there to like sculpt in a symmetrical point of view, in a symmetrical way, sorry, and I will be able to already start to fit this cranium primitive into the right location. So as you can see, I'm not taking the volume of the hairs into account, so I'm already thinking that there will be more volume added on top. So now the next thing that I can do is I can maybe duplicate this primitive by pressing Shift E, and I can maybe rotate it and scale it down, something like that. And from the front view, it's alright. So the thing that I can do now is applying the transform. So when you go in the item view by pressing the N key in this panel, you can see that the scale is not uniform because I've scaled the mesh. So this is something you don't want. So you can press Ctrl A and apply the scale, the rotation, or the location, or all the transform, because you can see the rotation is not zeroed out over there. So I can press Ctrl A and apply all transform to have like a perfectly zeroed out rotation and a perfect normalized scale. Okay, so now let's go back to sculpt mode by pressing Ctrl Tab and going down, and now what I can do is make this muzzle shape and the jawline, and this is very approximative, so don't worry, we're gonna dive much more into details regarding the shapes, but this gives us already a good start, I think. Okay, so one last thing that we'll be able to do is to bring a neck. So let's add a cylinder with, let's bring back a cylinder over there with 6 or 8 rings. Let's rotate it, and in edit mode, by pressing Alt Z, I can go in X-ray view. By the way, it's this button if you ever want to click on buttons, which I don't recommend, by the way, you know, because it's less efficient. But if you want, you can do that. And I've basically selected through, using the X-ray mode, and then I can scale, adding a cut over there. I can scale it down just to make, the nice shape of the cranium, and I can push it even toward the inside like this, because we are going to merge that later on. So don't worry about that. And also I can press Alt G to bring it back to the center and move it up like this. Maybe I can add one more cut that I can scale very gently, and this is going to be perfect for what I need. Okay, so now that I have this, I think I'm ready to hide my blueprint by pressing by selecting the mesh that I want to isolate and press slash in order to enter my local view for this object. So now I'm more free, and don't worry, we're going to go back later on the into the grid. We are going to come back into non-isolated view to see back our model sheet. But for now, I think this is quite alright like this. So one thing that I can already start to do is to smooth by pressing the Shift key a little bit the cheeks. And one thing that I will be able to do right now is to select everything and press Ctrl J to join my mesh as one big mesh. Okay. So pressing the T key will bring back the the side panel, so all the brushes if you want in the sculpt mode. And what I want to do is, before continuing, I want to give you the shortcuts that I've set up for the brushes that I'm going to use. So the G key will be able for me to, it's the move brush basically that I enable with the G key, so I didn't change the default shortcut. The Shift C brush, which is the crease brush, I didn't change the shortcut to, so Shift C. The smooth brush is with every brush selected, you can press Shift in order to smooth. You then have the clay strip. So this one I've changed it to Alt C, and in order to change the shortcut for a brush, you right click on it and you will have add shortcut over there, but because I already set up this shortcut, you can see Blender proposed me to change it. So Alt C for the clay strip. I have Alt F for the scrape brush, which is the equivalent of the trim dynamic from ZBrush, for instance. This will enable me to flatten, to create some planes, nice planes. I have the P key for the pinch brush, I didn't change that one, and I have the Alt S for the draw brush, which I didn't change. I enabled by adding a shortcut, a custom shortcut. Okay, and I think that's all. I think that's all actually. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to I want to do a remesh from this mesh. So remesh is something that will basically blend all the pieces together as one mesh, and I then will be able to smooth the transitions between the different shapes to have like a better looking shape, and it will be much more controllable, and I will be able to have more density, more polygon density also. So Shift R enables me to define the density of polygons that I want. So for this one, I'm gonna stay pretty high, like something like 0.04. It's going to be okay. Make sure that your scale by pressing N of the object is fine. If it's not the case, you can go back in object mode and press Ctrl A and apply a transform again. And let's go back to the sculpt mode. And then I'm going to press, so Shift R is for defining the subdivision detail, and then Ctrl R is for using the remesh modifier, so which is the case. Okay. So now what I can do is I can smooth a little bit the shape like this to create something that will serve as a nice base for my mesh. So, okay. So this looks pretty fine for now. I have like a nice base. It's very alien looking, but don't worry, we're going to to do a lot of work in order to make it more appealing and human based, human looking, sorry. Something like that. Okay, so I can push a little bit here and there, and this will be again a nice base. I can press Ctrl R again just to remove some artifacts from the bottom over there, and that I can smooth. So Ctrl R to regenerate. So each time I want to regenerate, I will be pressing Ctrl R. Okay. So just for 1 minute, I'm gonna press / to come back with my mesh, with my model sheet. Sorry, just so I can see very quickly the edges approximatively of my head. I will be able to quickly refine my shapes, and I will also be able to press Shift C and just mark over there the line of my eyes. This will be very, very useful for me, and I will do the same thing with the mouth. Okay, if you don't want to do it using your model sheet, you can also like eyeball it, but because I've already sketched something, it's easier for me. So now I have a pretty good reference for where will be placed my facial features, my main facial features. Okay, so now the next thing will be for me to dig the eyes. Okay, so let's do that. So Alt C to reach for the crease brush, and now what I can do is like dig the area for the eyes. I can press Ctrl R to regenerate some things pretty quickly. I will be also able to put the nose over there. So for now, it's going to be a very button nose if you want. And also, I think that using the Alt F shortcut, which is for reaching the scrape brush, I can flatten some areas on the side of the jaw right now, something like that. Maybe sculpting the jaw a little bit more. And let's remove this angry look by simply smoothing a little bit the mask area. So when I say mask, it's basically this superhero mask that you always see in models, okay? That will basically help defining the area of the eyebrows and the eye and the cheek. So even when designing a 2D character, you often have this. So it's quite important to nail it right at the beginning. So we have this. So maybe using the trim brush, the scrape brush, sorry, by pressing Alt F, I can already flatten a little bit the forehead, like if I were polishing a jaw. So this is something that you can do, like adding some planes over there, something like that. I can here and there flatten the things. Maybe here I can also, from the bottom view, flatten a little bit the mask, and Alt C, in order to bring the clay strip brush, I can maybe add a bit more mass to the side of the arcade over there. And from the bottom view, I can also use the grab brush to make the arcade a bit more prominent, and I can smooth a little bit the forehead to push it backward. So from the side view, the nose is quite flat, so let me bring it forward, sorry, and I'm pushing it and bringing back the nice arch for it. And from the bottom view, the mouth is so flat, so this is a very common beginner mistake, to make the mouth flat on a mesh. So remember, it's always following the teeth. So you have your teeth over there, so make sure you add it on top of it. And let me assign this to the quick favorite so I can unlink the annotations quickly. Okay, so you see how this already looks much better, much more realistic. And in order to make it even better, we are going to add some mass coming from the nose to the corners of the lips that are going to go forward. And from the side view, we're going to see that much more than the corners of the lips. And make sure that this is quite subtle in terms of depth. This is also something that I'm seeing a lot in beginners models, that you hardly I see very hard here lines, which tends to make the model pretty old. If this is what you're reaching for, it's perfectly fine, and even better, you can make it much more important. But if this is not the case, please make it subtle. Okay. So let's regenerate again the subdivision, but this time let's go down a level, like 100, by pressing Shift R. Sorry, and I just want over there in the remesh to attack, preserve the volume. It's going to be fine, and maybe I can symmetrize the mesh. So let's do that, because it was not symmetrical if you look at the topology, and I don't want that. So let's do that. Let's make sure everything is set up correctly regarding the object. I think it's all right. So I'm going back in the mesh. I'm going to smooth a little bit the hard angles that I have on the cranium area. And then pressing Ctrl R again with more topology, you can see that I have now a better idea of like of my shapes. So let's press Shift C and let's push back even more the lips, and by pressing Ctrl I can invert my brush, as you already should know, and then I can bring the lips forward, so I can define the corners of the lips. And let's even dig a little bit the corners over there, and let's now refine a little bit the shape of the mouth. And maybe I can press slash again just to bring the nose down. I already knew it was a bit high, but now I have a much better view on where the shape should be. And from the side view, you can see also I can bring the lips forward. So again, this isn't a precise model sheet. It's done very quickly, but so you shouldn't follow per se, I would say, the shapes, but this gives you an approximative location of where things are. Sorry. And as you can see, it's much better looking right now. So the next step for me, and I know it's pretty soon in the process, will be to add the ears and to add the eyes. Okay, so I have a pretty good reference on where they are. So for the ears that I'm gonna do first, I'm gonna extrude. I'm gonna add a cube, sorry, and in edit mode I'm going to scale it on the y-axis in this context. Pressing Alt Z, I'm going in the X-ray mode, and I'm going to extrude the ear like this, and adding one cut there. And why I'm in X-ray mode? It's because I want to select through. Okay, so if you're not in X-ray mode, you won't be able to select what's behind. So Alt Z, and then I'm adding a cut over there and over there, making just a ear shape, basic ear shape. And the next thing will be to, for instance, select those faces, scale them, extrude, okay, to make the back of the ear, and to just make it round like this. And this maybe can be forward a little bit. And for now, I think this is a pretty good primitive to start with. So next step that I can do for this one is to press Ctrl 2 to add a subdivision surface that I can already apply by going in the modifiers and pressing Ctrl A on top of it. And I have a pretty good base now that I can scale, that I can rotate, sorry, and that I can place to the right location for my mesh. So it will be behind the jaw and approximately on the, if I'm making it right, let me add this to the quick favorite too, so the annotation. It should be from the bottom of the nose approximately to the top of the ear, but because this is a cartoon character, it can be plus or minus in this location. Okay. And now I'm entering into Sculpt mode. By the way, you see when I enter in Sculpt mode, Blender says it's a non-uniform mesh, which means I will have some issues, some troubles. As you can see, the scale is not right, the rotation also, and the location meter. So I can apply old transform. And now in Sculpt mode, I can already try to shape this ear a little bit. Okay. To make a better looking shape. I can make it rounder, something like that. And from the back view, I can twist it the way it should twist. So it should twist the other way around. So more toward the bottom like this and the top like this. And one thing that I can do is come back to the head and push over there a little bit toward the inside my volume, so so I have a space to push the ear. And also I'm seeing like too much angles on the back over there, so I can smooth, and using the trim brush, so not the trim brush but the scrape brush, I can compensate for that. And maybe from the top view, I also really want to have this kind of trapezius dynamic. Okay, so it's shorter on the front, and it's wider on the back. This helps me generating a better looking thrust in the head. Okay, maybe also the back of the head is too present, so I will tweak everything like on the go, so don't worry about like too much of precision for now, because like it, like doing a model or sculpting a model is it's a very iterative process, so you have to take your time and you have to understand that you will need to invest a lot of time regarding the shapes until it's final, and you decide when it's final. So we'll have to still do a lot of things. Okay, so now this ear is quite ready to be joined to the other mesh. So I'm selecting it, selecting then the mesh, and then joining them. And in sculpt mode, I can maybe now even reduce to maybe 170 and press Ctrl R, and everything will be joined together. And then I can smooth the transition of the ear, and I have a pretty decent base for the ear right now. As we can see, it's not symmetrical, so there's multiple ways I can do that. I can go in this view and I can say symmetrize, but you can see it's the other way around. So I should here say +2 - X, and this will add the other ear to the other side. One other way would have been to symmetrize the ear before joining it, but it's also good like this. So let's make sure the ear is placed at the right location. It was a little bit high, so I'm going to lower it down, something like that. And maybe I can press slash to have a quick proportion check. Okay, something like that for the eyes. And from the side view, I can see that it's a bit too much. It's too much forward, so I can bring it back a little bit. It's too small in the model sheet, so I'm going to compensate for that. And pressing slash, I'm back with the mesh. Okay, so something like that will work, I think, for now. So now the next step for me will be to, maybe I'm gonna push the muzzle a little bit forward. Okay, so the next step for me is to bring an eyeball, so I will be able to sculpt the eye. So to do that, I'm going to again press slash to bring back my base mesh, my model sheet. Sorry, you can already see that I'm losing too much volume for the side of the head, so I'm going to bring it back, and then I'm going to eyeball a little bit with the 3D cursor the center of the eyeball, and I'm going to add a UV sphere that I can rotate 90 degrees on the x-axis, and I'm going to scale it so it fits with the side of the eye. So something like that will work, I think. And then I think it's the right time to add a material that will be called the sclera, which is the name for the white of the eye. And as you can see, I was already working on this file before, so I already have some materials ready to be set up. But you can basically redo them, so it's quite easy. You just assign the material like that. You can see in the viewport display the color is white, and then the surface it's white too. Let's add also, I've prepared an iris material, which is gray in the viewport display and gray in the base color, and also a pupil, which is a pure black over there with 100% roughness, and the same thing for the surface. And the cool thing is that I can select by pressing Ctrl plus this, maybe scale this a little bit more, and I can assign the pupil. Okay, press Ctrl plus and maybe remove the center over there, and I can assign the iris color, sorry. And right click shade smooth, and I think I'm good to go. And from the side view, I'm gonna push this eye backward, and if I press slash by selecting the eye plus the head, I have my eye located correctly, and I can then add a mirror modifier using the head as the center, and then as you can see, I have now everything that I need to start working on the eyes. So let's go back in the sculpt mode, and from the side view I'm going to push to open the eyes even more. And what I need to do is to, okay, first I'm going to disable temporarily the mirror modifier, and this is going to help me add the volume for the eyelids. So I can already start, you see, to add this. So maybe from the point of view of the eye, I can do that just as a quick mark. And then from the other side, because now I see what I need to do, I can dig inside, maybe Alt S to reach for the drawer brush, which is a bit stronger. I can push the volume of the eye socket. And now from the bottom view, using the grab brush, you can see I have everything that I need to create a nice round eyelid shape. Okay, so the eyelid will be something quite hard to do actually, because we'll have to work very precisely on the thickness of the eyelid, on the way it integrates with the arcade and with the cheek. But as you can see, very quickly already, using this mask, I can, and from the bottom view, I can round it. As you can see, this is something that I will really advise you to do a lot, going from different point of views. And I know the corner of the eye is located right there, and it's pretty flat. Okay, so the shape is pretty flat like this, going more toward this location, toward this way, sorry. So you can see that trying to do that there, maybe bringing back the side and making sure that the apex of the curve over there is higher than what I have right now. So let me go on the other side, something like that. So now that I have this, what I can do is I can already maybe start to smooth things out to integrate it better with the rest. Okay, so this is a first draft of how the eyes will look like. And now I can use the crease brush by pressing Shift C, and I can start to define even more the eyelids and to push them even more so they are round around the eye. So something like that, and same for the bottom, and then I can smooth them even more. And from different location, you can see how I'm pushing them so they fit around the ball, the globe of the eye, which is quite important. Okay, always remember that the eye is round and the eyelids are going from the top to the bottom. They're closing like from the top to the bottom, so this is quite important to notice, and that's why this is a hard section to sculpt. Okay, so over there you can see I don't have a way to easily maintain this geometry. So one thing that I can do is I can call the mask brush. So over there I can use the mask brush, which is I can press Control, I think. No, it's Control is on ZBrush, sorry. Let me find the mask brush. I don't recall the icon, it's this one, okay. And I'm gonna mask this. So this will be way easier for me to separate it, as you can see. And then I can press Control M to remove the mask. It's not Control M, sorry, I can press A and clear the mask. Maybe using the inflate brush I can bring more mass over there and then smooth the thing, and I can again grab my volume there. One thing that's quite important to remember is that from the front view, and this will be the hard part, but this should be more like this, okay, because this follows the eye like this, maybe like two balls connected together. So this is exactly what we're reaching for, and as you can see this is quite hard because we'll have to either we can mask, either we can push from the bottom, we can push the top part of the eyelid in the back, which is what I'm gonna do because this gives me more control. Okay, so it's very approximative for now, but it's okay. And the same thing for the bottom. So in order to do that, I can have a pretty wide brush that I can use in order to push the bottom and bring the top part of the eyelid. Same thing over there. I'm gonna cut even more. So as you can see, with all that work, what I can do is I can try to remesh. So while remeshing, you will see I will have a much better topology. It's going to be more proportional to what I've done. So Shift R, I can go even lower, and Control R again, and now I have something that blends even better. That now I can reshape much better. Okay, so we have something that kind of works for now. And then I need to smooth some stuff here and there. So that's the issue with the eyes, is that it's never finished. We'll always have to work with them until the end. So make sure you always work on them once in a while, so they still fit with the overall design. This will help you tremendously when doing the retopology, and you can smooth a little bit the arcade like I've done over there. This will also help. And let's press Shift slash, sorry, to make sure that we're back with the model sheet. So, and also to make sure that I'm aligning correctly with the shape that I want to do. Something like that. And now maybe I can press Alt F to reach for the scrape brush, which will help me define a bit better the planes for those eyelids, and you will see it will help me separate a bit better those planes. And maybe using the inflate brush I can bring much more volume to those eyelids and smooth them. And using Alt C I can make sure that this top eyelid goes on top of the bottom one and fades out with the top arcade. Okay. And maybe I will be able to add a bit more mass on the bottom there. And I think we're getting there slightly. So it's just a matter of like spending the time, as you can see, defining the shapes and playing with the shapes. It's not a marathon, it's just like it's better to have the right shape, so to explore. And for now I think I will stop right now. Maybe I can still maybe over there like crease a little bit using the crease brush. And I can also make sure that I have like the right mass that connects over there on top of the nose to the cheek. That will define the inner corner shape of the eye a little bit better. Okay. Maybe with Shift C we can cut a little bit there, the top of the eye. And with the grab brush we can come back and have a better, nicer shape there. Again, this takes some time, so it's just a matter of like spending this time. Okay, so let's bring back the mirror modifier in the viewport, so we have a better view on what we're doing. I want to remove the wobbling effect over there with the mesh because of the remesh operation. And I also want to try to crease even more, maybe with a more subtle brush, which is the crease brush in this context. I want to again separate the eyelids even better, like this. Okay, so now I see that the cheeks are not coming too much from the back, which I want. So I'm going to bring back the cheek from behind to the front. From behind to the front, which connects to the zygomatic arch. And this, I can see it in the 3/4 profile. Not profile, but the 3/4 view. You can see how this creates a nicer, rounder volume. It comes back to the front, okay? And one thing that I can do is, maybe from the profile I can round the cheek over there by adding some mass and smoothing it. And maybe also I can start to define the nose a little bit better. So the nose will be defined as a sort of diamond shape, so I can cut on the side and smooth. I can cut on the bottom and smooth. And for the top of the nose, I can press Ctrl, and I can define the, if you want, the edge of the top of the nose like this, and then I can smooth. This will separate my nose in this kind of diamond shape, which works quite well for cartoon characters. And I can also cut using the crease brush, a large crease brush. I can cut there and smooth, and this will create a nice blend from the nose to the side of the cheek there. So we are, I think, in a good direction right now. We can even work more on the mouth. So I think I'm gonna add more geometry for now. So maybe let's work on the ear before doing that. So for the ear, I don't have a very well defined plan. Sorry. So I'm gonna do a very basic cartoon ear. So basically, I'm going to cut the helix going toward the center, like this. Pressing Alt-C, I can dive into the ear. I can leave the mask for the lobe over there. So I'm pressing Ctrl to dig. So I don't want to dig through the ear, so make sure that you only go one direction. And then maybe adding more mass to the junction of the ear toward the center. So something like that will do the trick, I think. And then I want to make sure that I have this piece that comes back, and the helix, which is the spiral thing, coming back to the center, to the inner part of the ear. So something like that, I think, will do the trick for now. Oh, I'm quite sad about what I've done, so I'm gonna undo a lot. And there is a property in the tool for in the options that will is it in the options or in the advanced? Yeah, it's this one, front face only, for the clay strip, that will basically allow me not to sculpt behind. I think this should work. In any case, I can smooth a little bit and maybe add more mass to correct the artifact. And let me remove this option that apparently is not working so well for what I have to do, and maybe Alt-S to bring the draw brush will be much better in order to be more aggressive regarding the volume that I'm adding. So something like that. And for now, I think it's going to be okay. I'm going to use the scrape brush in order to make more defined planes for the helix. and the inner piece of the ear that I can push a bit more. Let's go around the outer edge, and maybe Shift C to crease, and I'm going to dig around this central piece. And Control, using Control I can also redefine some of the edges of the helix and the central piece to make it more squarish like this. Okay, so this is going down toward the inside. So this volume, this mass is quite important. I want to make it clear. And I want also to dig the hole there. Maybe Alt S to use the draw brush and protect this inner piece, and adding some more mass on top. And then using the grab brush I can rotate a little bit this spiral shape of the helix, something like that. Okay, so for now this is going to work with what I want. And maybe from the back, using the crease brush, I can crease around the connection of the ear and smooth on the cranium part, and maybe disconnect a little bit also the back from the front of the ear. And I really advise you to take some references if this is the first time you're sculpting an ear. I've sculpted so many ears that I can go without reference for now, but I may go back on some references later on when I need to add details. But basically there I need to crease a little bit and smooth to really separate the front part from the back part. So this is looking much better like this, much more realistic. Okay, so now let's work on the I think on the nose we can work even more. And also I'm a bit sad because I'm losing like some shapes on the side. Let me try to check if I can do something better with the eyes. First, the inside there should be pushed even more backward, sorry. So I can do something like that. Let's add even more the crease over there that will follow the eye. And maybe I can bring back the sketch, which I diverge a little bit from, but it's still right approximately. So I still think it's we are on the right track. So let me isolate back my sculpt. And you know what? I think right now it's a good time to save. Control S, of course, and maybe to work a little bit more on the nose, and then we'll do a break, because I think it's quite important to refresh our eye when working with such a thing. So I'm gonna add the nostrils inside this plane, so it's not the right plane, by the way. Let me add some crease even more to redefine like the boundaries of the area of the nostrils even more. Maybe we can also shape the nostrils more. So they will stop over there. Okay, so I can crease it there. And now Alt S to grab the draw brush, and Alt-C to add some volume on the nostrils over there, and it's really important to have this plane from the bottom view. That will protect the whole of the nose. And you can push back the nostril a little bit and then smooth things out. And as you can see, I don't have that many polygons to define them, but usually what you have is that the nostril is coming back to the inside. So you have like a sort of, you have a sort of curl that goes to the inside and the nostril goes on top like this. So this goes inside. So from the side view, we can maybe also make sure that this goes inside and this is more forward. And this maybe more backward. Let's move that down to make a nicer looking curl with the wing. And again, make sure that this goes inside. Something like that for now will do the trick. Okay. So one thing that's quite important to notice is that I didn't put the loft line like this, okay, even though I could. But if I push the loft line and then directly I smooth it so it's not very visible, because it can make the model look very old, and I don't want in this context. But if you have a very old model, like an aged model, this is something you can go directly to in order to increase the edge of the character. Okay. So I think we are quite okay right now regarding the global shape of this character. The eye is still an issue, and I think, as I said, as I mentioned previously, I think it's quite a good time to maybe we can finish a little bit the nose, and then we can take a break. So for the nose, what I want to do again is using, maybe I can use the pinch brush again, and I really want to pinch this line around the nose, on the top, around the nostrils. Something in this idea. Okay. And yeah, I think it's getting close to the shapes that I want. Maybe I need still to push back the lower eyelid a bit more to separate it from the cheek. Okay, let me smooth a little bit of things here and there. Coming closer to the point, I can make sure the thickness is alright. So you can see that something that I'm doing all the time is like going close to the mesh. This helps me refine some wobbliness in the eyelid, and don't worry, like every professional sculptors know that. There is always something going wrong with the eyelid in terms of like topology, especially when using Dynamesh or remesh operations like we've done. And when we'll do the retopology, everything will be much better, and this will solve a lot of issues regarding our mesh. So don't worry about that right now, I will say. I think a lot of things are getting in the right direction. Maybe the eye is a bit too wide from the front view. So one thing I can do is I can bring the eyelid forward a bit, and I can move up the lower and down the top eyelid. So I will do that and then press slash numpad slash again, sorry, and move the eyelid forward a bit. I can press Ctrl also to push along the normals, but I really want to have the right size for the eyes. And I think like that it's looking much better. Okay, let's push back again this for the center. And maybe here I can like be very wide, very strong regarding this this cut. Again, I have a wobbliness of the eye that always bothers me when sculpting a face, but it's okay. I need to go with it. And then I can use the scrape brush maybe to flatten a little bit the nose, the bridge of the nose, and maybe also like the center part over there. I can like scrape it a little bit and smooth it. Okay, so let's bring the lips a bit backward, and let's try to also scrape the temples a little bit, and let's work on this area that we didn't work that much with. So one thing that's quite nice is using matte cap sometimes gives you a better vision of what you're doing. So I'm using usually this matte cap. It reminds me like the one that I'm using in ZBrush or on Mudbox back in back like a long time ago. And as you can see, I'm better seeing the planes that I'm dealing with, so I can better define the edges using the scrape brush. I can make sure again that this, using a clay strip, that this cheek is coming from the back, which is quite important again. You can stress that enough. And again, Shift C, I can cut the lower edge, the lower lid, sorry, even more, and smooth things out. And also there, let me again reinforce this cut and maybe smooth even more. I really want this to be very visible from the profile view, like the disconnection of the lower lid like this. So let me sculpt it. Let me sculpt it very much, and let's bring it back. So you can see it's like a fight. Like the eyes are always a fight, and it's a endless fight because you can always find something that goes wrong. And again, I said that when we're going to deal with the topology, it's going to be much better, and trust me, it's going to be the case. And we'll have much more control on the shapes that we want. Maybe I can bring back a little bit the corners. And from the bottom view, I really need to be sure that this is round. So something like that will probably do the trick. So we are going to work very slightly on the mouth, and then we are going to take a break in order to refresh our eye and to be in a better mood to continue, because like it's it's quite important to take breaks, especially when doing like things like that, because you really want to have like a refreshed eye often to make sure you're going in the right direction and you correct some stuff, and basically taking your time is quite important actually. So again, like I'm not very happy with the cheeks, so one thing I will do is I will take the mask brush, which I didn't add a shortcut on this one. Maybe I can, maybe I can add it to the quick favorites. I'm adding it in the quick favorites, and I'm gonna add my mask, and I think here I can display the mask. So let's press A and clear the mask, and one thing I want to do is I want to protect basically this area over there, and I want to smooth it. So I'm pressing A and I want to smooth the mask. And now I can press the G key, and I want to truly increase the size of the cheek like this. You can see it's going to be much more interesting shape-wise. You can see it already over there, and I can smooth things, and we have a much nicer looking model right now. Okay, let's clear the mask. And let's adapt for what we've done. Next, looking from the top, I have an issue is that the back of the head is shorter than the front, and this is usually something you don't want. So I'm going to push back the front, but I know that this will affect the eye area, so I will do the reverse operation. So widen the back. And I will have an issue, of course, with the ear, but I will take my time and make sure this works properly. Maybe compensate a little bit from the front. Over there, I'm gonna use the mask brush again, mask out the eye. And from the bottom view, I'm gonna push back the arcade. Okay, I was losing this, and this fades out to the side. Okay, clearing the mask by pressing A. Okay, we're getting there, slowly but surely. Maybe I can bring the ear a bit forward. Make it maybe rounder, you know. Okay, so I'm starting to feel it looks much better. Maybe, and this is just a very 3D judgment call, I would say maybe the eyes are a bit too big. So I'm going to scale them down, and I'm going to adapt the eyes, the corners of the eyes, in a using a very large brush, very large move brush. I'm going to adapt the eyes so they're a bit smaller. And I'm going to smooth a lot the back of the head. And I'm going to bring the side forward a little bit more. And I'm going to bring back the shape of the eyes like this. Okay. I think we're getting in the right direction right now. And now maybe again masking the eye will help me to again define even better the arcade. And I don't want the front of the arcade to be so pushed forward, so I'm taking my time with this, making a nice round forehead, bringing back the the corner of the top of the nose, creating this nice curve shape for the nose. And also here I've noticed that I need to add some volume that goes in front of the corner of the lips, okay, which is really important. Something like that. Let me clear the mask. And there are some volumes that are quite important for the mouth, and we are going to deal with them right now. So from the bottom part, we have like, let me draw it. We have like one mass over there, one mass over there. This creates a sort of like heart shape if you want. We have one mass there, and like in the bottom we have one mass and one mass that is symmetrical. And those are the most important masses that we have on the lip that we can add already. Let's smooth everything a little bit, and then maybe using the crease brush I can even go further with the definition of the lips. Let me dig a little bit over there also and smooth to create the transition with the nose. And I know that I don't want to have lips that are so much full, so I'm gonna smooth them out a little bit. And maybe using the pinch brush, a very large pinch brush, I'm gonna pinch the corner a little bit like this, and I think that, as you can see, this looks much better than before. And from the bottom view, maybe I'm gonna push the corner a little bit back, because like now they're getting too much round. Let's bring back a nice round shape for this mouth. Okay, it's looking much better. And again, with crease, I'm gonna separate a little bit the chin and just smooth things out, just to mark a little bit more the chin. So let's wait a little bit. Let's take a break. Let's polish a little bit just before taking a break this area by adding a little bit volume and then smoothing things out. This is going to balance again the surface. You can see we have like a wobbly surface over there, so let's smooth a little bit. Let's use the scrape brush to balance things out over there and smooth a bit. Okay, even for the lower part of the neck we can mark it flat. And now maybe we can try, also the neck is a bit too, it was a bit too pushed backwards, sorry. So I'm gonna smooth the bottom piece of the neck. I'm gonna push it forward a little bit. Maybe I'm gonna push back this part and here reverse the shape. I know it's not very anatomically correct, but I think this looks much better. So it's more important that it looks nice rather than anatomically correct, especially on a cartoon character like this. Okay, so I think we are getting there. I think we're having some nice shapes over there. We still have a lot of work, of course, regarding many areas. I think the ears are a bit too high. Let's bring them back down. I think we can also like be pretty well to define more concretely the jawline from the bottom. So let's add, using the crease brush, this separation that follows the neck. And also now let's add, maybe using the clay strip brush, let's add the jawline. And fill it with a bit more volume, more mass. something like that. You can see how this looks much better. I can smooth everything out. And now I think we are in a very good place to pursue the rest of the mesh. So let's tweak a little bit the shape of the eyes again. You will see that till the end this will be your the thing you will tweak the most, but this is normal, and it's a pretty good sign that you're doing that. So bringing back the blueprint, you can see that we've changed drastically the position of the ear, which is fine, I think. According to the design, I think it's okay. Maybe this is a bit too off. But again, we're doing a 3D model, so if you think the ear was a little bit too much forward, at least I think, it's my call to do it in a better way. So one thing I can do also is that if I want to have a pretty solid view there of the 3/4, I can let it there, and now you can see how I can sculpt while maintaining the other view. This helps sometimes to see how much volume you can add for the 3/4 view of the cheek. So you can see here I'm bringing more volume, I'm smoothing things out. Here I'm gonna cut a little bit because this is where the zygomatic arch is going to come. And this is going to separate the arch with the rest of the figure. So I can cut a little bit there to define this area a bit more. So basically what I want is that here I will be having the zygomatic arch. This is going to fade out over there, dividing the temples. And here, basically, usually when drawing, you have this nice rhythm shape that goes there, and it is separated in two. So this is going more forward. This is going like forward, going toward the chin, actually, more like this. Just have the nice eye over there, and then the nose, and there the nose should be a bit more backward, I think. So we are going to deal with that. So pressing Shift C, I can cut with the side of the nose to bring it even more, and adding more volume with Shift C, I can bring back, fill back the gaps, but in a more controlled way. And I can add back the mass of the nose, fading out toward the arcade. And here I want to crease also even more to separate, but again this should be very subtle, otherwise it's going to be very old looking. And I want to cut again the nostrils and the nose to be sure about the placement of those. And there still have this issue of the eye not connecting well, so I need to cut. Maybe here I need more volume, so I use the inflate brush by pressing the I key. And I can scrape a little bit also, and you can see I have a mask, so I need to clear the mask. And I think this is looking much better than what we had before. So the nose is looking fine. And the full area over there is looking fine. Maybe I can bring that a bit backward. and I will join back this window by pressing right click and join area. And I think that there I need always to compensate for the rotation, for the angle of the eye. Each time you're modifying the eyelid, you will see you will be destroying like them from another point of view, which is like the default steps that you have to take, I will say, to make a decent cartoon head. And again, remember that when we'll do the topology, this will work much better and we'll have much more control on top of that. So maybe now, like I've added like more alien eyes, I want to bring them back. So you can see that already the inside is being pushed too far away. So let's bring it back to the center. Something like that. Okay. And let's for a final time before the break, I'm going to remove the wobble effect. Or at least trying to remove it a little bit. Let's add a bit more volume on the inflate, using inflate over there. And let's make sure that, again, the center is pretty straight, especially in cartoon Disney eyes. Something like that. Straight over there too. And we have here the inner corner of the eye that I can not define like that. It's terrible like this. It's horrible like this. So let's do something like that. Let's smooth things out a little bit. And I think that's okay. It's now time for us to take a break, so it will be instantaneous for you thanks to the magic of editing. But I think it's quite important to refresh our eye and to have a nicer point of view, a more clear point of view on what we can do in order to improve the different shapes. So again, I will take a break every 2 hours or something like that, but that's a personal point of view. You can take more breaks if you want. But yes, it's part of the process, refreshing your eyes. You cannot do like the full sculpt straight. I think this is a mistake if you're doing that. So yes, take your time. You can see already that, like for instance, here I can already see that I can dig even more my shapes and add more volume to make that more prominent. But again, let's take that for the next session. Or not next session, but just after the break. Maybe if you're a gamer, you can do a game. You can play a game, have fun. Coming back, take a look at references and putting more work into what you already have. Okay. And again, a nice advice that I can say for following a tutorial such as this one is that watch it first, like a first time straight, and then come back to it with tons of notes and do it along with me the second time you watch it. Okay, so I would really advise you to watch it twice. One time you follow it, like you watch it like if it was a demo, for instance. You take notes about the shortcuts that I'm using, the techniques, the thoughts that I'm sharing with you, and the next round, so basically the next time you watch it, do it along with me and you try to follow along with me. But now you will have a much better understanding of what I'm doing, and you will be basically aware of the traps and of the time it takes to do something. Again, in my way. Not saying that I'm doing the best thing as possible, but or the fastest way as possible, but at least I'm having a workflow that I think works pretty well for this kind of thing. Okay, so let's take a break, and due to the magic of editing, you will be instantaneously there for the next step. Okay, so now that I've made my break, played a few games, now I'm ready to continue working on this, and I've realized something is that maybe the eyes are too big, so I'm gonna like remove a little bit of like the height for them, and I'm not so happy with the way I've managed the nose. So one thing that I want to do is for sure I want to add more volume over there. So that's what I'm gonna add. As you can see, this is going to bring much more character to the face. Something like that. And also maybe proportion wise, I think I have like an issue with the under neck, the under piece of the neck. So let's move back over there, and I'm gonna rework the nose a little bit later, but I need much more volume, geometry for that, so I'm gonna do that soon. But before doing that, let me press Shift R and reduce to maybe 100 the remesh value, and then press Ctrl R to remesh. Okay, so Shift C now I can come back to the mouth, sculpt it a little bit more, refine the shapes over there. Let's re-add this crease on the side of the nose, and maybe now we can work much better the inside of the nose. And there is some stuff that I'm not going to use because there are add-ons that are paid, and I don't want to show you add-ons that are like not necessarily easy to get, but there is one that I will use probably more often than you think, is the quad remesher add-on, but I don't want to use it there because it's like a 100 euro add-on, but it will help me to get a much better topology and much better workflow. It's the same thing than the Z remesher from ZBrush that I'm using often when sculpting, but actually this is it in Blender. So, but I don't want to include it in this tutorial, so that's why I'm fighting a little bit the surface that I have. Okay, so polishing things here and there, I can bring back much more volume near the nose over there, and I think that I'm quite close to being able to double check with the proportions and maybe try to start a retopo on top of this sculpt that I will still be able to later on manipulate in any case. So here, as you can see, I still have an issue to fix, so smoothing the volume, and the topology of this ear is not ideal. Not the topology, but the shape, sorry. So I'm gonna cut again, and using the scrape brush, I'm gonna sculpt again the outer edge like that to make it sharper, and maybe by pressing Ctrl, you can see it also allows me to bring forward some shapes, and coming back with the G key, I can shape this ear a bit better. So something like that will do probably the trick. Let me double check my proportions with the blueprints. So pressing slash. So you can see how I'm still alright, I think, regarding the basic shapes, the basic placement. From the side view, I'm a bit off, so I can try to bring back a little bit things back, just to test. And let's press slash and see how this adapts. So this is not so great from the side view, so I prefer to come back on what I've done from the side view and still manage to do it in 3D. And here you can see maybe from the top view I can find a better shape joining this this cheek. Okay, so maybe I can push back even more this piece from the bottom view and try to reach for a better arcade shape on the top view. But I'm not a big fan of this going very steep, being very steep. So I'm gonna try to add even more volume for the cheek. And here with the crease brush, again trying to disconnect the eye even more. I know we've been repeating some stuff a lot, but it's part of the process. Again, it's a very iterative process, as I said previously many times. And this is why it takes some time. It's not a marathon, as I said, especially when you're not working in a studio. You don't need to be as fast as possible, but still need to manage to get the shapes right before reaching for efficiency in the tools. Like now I will press Alt F to reach for the scrape brush, and I will try to sculpt different planes better. So maybe flattening the nose, the top of the nose a little bit, and making sure I'm getting nice planes here and there, especially on the arcade side from the bottom view. Then twisting the shape to the top while smoothing, so this helps defining the shapes of the arcade. And I think that at least from the basic point of view I'm looking at, I think I'm getting more and more ready to initiate a retopology. And you will see that after the retopo, we'll be able to still sculpt the shape with more accuracy, of course, and with much more constraint. And we'll have a topology that is good enough for us for doing changes, at least wide changes regarding proportions and things like that. So we'll be able to explore in a much more easy way. But also things that we didn't add there will help a lot. For instance, like you can see that let's take the mask brush, and you can see that if I'm adding a bit of darkness for the eyebrows over there, for the lashes, sorry, for the mouth a little bit, while being very gentle. I don't know why I cannot paint anymore. Okay. Very gentle, and you can see also like adding eyebrows. You can see how this helps a lot to read the shapes. So this is something we can definitely take into account when dealing with the design. And you can see how this this looks much better already. So I'm pretty confident right now having this sketch that we can go and try to do a retopo. Okay, so to do that, first I'm gonna save. Okay, this is quite important, and then I'm gonna press Control-Shift-S and add a new iteration of my file. So you can simply press Control-Shift-S, and when you have the Blender file view open, you can press plus. It's on my second monitor right now, and you can save as a new version of the file. So there, one other thing I want to do before going in the retopo, I want to clear the mask, and I want to have the mouth flatter, sorry, and also maybe I can tweak even more the corners of the mouth over there, and maybe with the crease brush I can add back this sort of volume called the nodus that goes and wrap around the bottom part and the top part, and I can smooth it a bit more. So this is quite important, so let me add it so it works much better. Okay, right now we are ready. Maybe let's just check from the side. I think the nose is quite nice. I think the eyes are quite okay. The ear are quite okay too. And I think it's the right time for now to start doing a retopo. So I will be switching screen for the retopo part because I'm usually doing it with a mouse, and here I'm on the Cintiq for the Sculpt. So let's do that quickly. It will be a slight hiccup in the recording, and then I will show you my setup for the retopo part. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to set up this file to be ready for the retopology of my character. So what I will do is I will first make sure that I have a correct name. So I will call this Sculpt, I will call this Eyes, and I will put everything in a collection by pressing M, move from local view. Apparently I've Control M, sorry, no, it's M, it should be M, remove from local view. So I've messed up with my shortcuts. Let me look at the key map. Let's press the key binding and press M, and I think I've added move to layer, I've added vertex paint. Is it that? Oh, sorry, I need to go out of local view. Okay, sure. And now M and new collection, and let's call this Sculpt. Okay, and press slash again, and now I want to be in the center of this mesh, so press Shift S, cursor to selected. Let's add some geometry. Let's add a quad in this context, and add enter in edit mode, add a cut in the center, remove the side part, and let's press Q and add a mirror. So if you don't have the mirror modifier in your quick favorite, you can add modifier and right click over there and add it to the quick favorite. And in edit mode, I've also added the clipping option in the quick favorite. So you can see here I have the clip, which basically enables this part. Okay. So now I can bring this forward. Let's press make sure we are in median point for the cursor. It's comma key and median point, semicolon key, sorry, and median point. And I'm going to be ready for the retopo. So for the retopo, also what I want to do is instead of being in matcap, I want random color or single, or in fact I'm going to go in studio, which is going to be best, I think, like that. And I want this object to have a material that will be, for instance, bluish or something like that. And I want to display the wire, so I'm going to press Q and display wire. If you don't have this in your quick favorite, again, it's in the viewport display while selecting the object, and you right click on this option and you add it to the quick favorite. and also in front. So I'm going to add in front again. It's there, and I've added it in the quick favorite. And so now I will be ready to deal with my topology. So you can see that there is this sort of slider over there that's quite interesting, because it enables you to fade out the non-active geometry. So you can remove it if you don't want it. I'm going to add a little bit of it, and also I want to deal with the back face in the viewport display. So I think it's over there, and I want back face culling. So I will be able to see the front side of the polygons and not the back side, which is cool. Next thing is to enable snapping. So the shortcut for that is Shift Tab. And I also want to snap to the face. I want not back face culling, but I want align to project individual elements, rotate and scale. I'm pressing Shift in order to select multiple. And I think like that, when pressing, when moving and doing something, I'm ready to snap to the correct geometry, which is quite nice. Okay, so now for the retopo, let me also, by the way, right click and join the timeline. And for the retopo, it's going to be quite easy. I'm going to maximize this space by pressing Control Space. And you know what? This is quite hard to see, so I'm going to remove the fade like that. And for now, the only thing I want to do is to extrude the different faces. Let me see if adding cavity could help to see the volumes a bit better. I'm right-clicking the objects and adding the smooth. So apparently cavity is not really nice. I want the valley, sorry. Let's try with rolled or both. So it increases the zone. It's like a fake ambient occlusion, as you can see. And I think this can be interesting for us. I'm gonna remove the ridge, or like, yeah, I'm gonna try something like that. Okay, just to have a much more interesting view of the thing. So now what I'm doing is that I'm right-clicking while pressing Control in order to add the first loop that we want, and the first loop that we want is called the mask. So the mask is basically going around the face and is going to help me define the shape of the eyebrows, of the eye, and basically many places that will be quite important for the later connection and of the different facial features. So now I can maybe define the jawline. So let's add one more cut over there, maybe one cut over there. This is going to be an animated model, so I'm not going to bother myself with the density. I'm going to reach for a medium poly character, so it's going to be alright adding some cuts. Okay, so let's add the jawline. So I've extruded the side plane, and now I can extrude, follow the jawline like this, making sure I have enough topology to do that. Something like that will be fine. Then I will extrude the top of the nose like this until I can separate it. So I will be able to over there extrude another loop that will let me add one cut over there, and I press G to project it, and there I think I'm gonna add a loop like this. So one tool that I'm using a lot is the F2 add-on. So if you don't have it enabled, you can go in add-on, press type F2 over there, and you will be able to enable it. And this add-on is super cool because when you have an angle like this, you can select the vertex that is in the corner, and you can put your mouse in the direction where you want to generate a face, and you press F, and it generates a face. So here, if I want to redirect the flow, I can extrude a vertex, select this one and press F, and as you can see, I can generate quickly a face that will enable me to go down here down the face. So I can do something like this, for instance. Okay. This is the loft line, which is a quite important landmark regarding the topology. And one other thing that I usually want to have in my mesh, but it's very particular it's very specific, sorry, is I want a loop that connects the side here of the nose. So I'm going to add it, and that follows exactly the same loop, the same pattern than this one. So I'm gonna make a small space over there. I'm going to connect things a bit, and then this is going to be very small, but this is going to be quite important to define some of the space that we have over there. And for later on, if we decide to animate this character, and so therefore to create a facial rig, we'll have much more definition on the corner of the lips. So I'm going to do that. Here I'm going to close the face. So in order to close the face, you know that using Blender you can select an edge like this and press F in order to generate a new face. So here I'm going to press F, 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 and you can see it generates the full loop, which is quite nice. So over there, like I have the loop that goes around there. Here this loop will come on top of the nostril. And now I will be able to add one more. So let's add one more for now, and let's try to separate the nose as one piece. So I'm going to go around here the nose topology, something like that. And basically this loop is going to go around the nose, just separating the nose into its own piece. Okay, you can see that this separates the area of the nose, this separates the mask, this separates the loft line, this will basically join back to the nose, and we'll have a similar loop for the mouth. Okay, and later on when we'll deal with the mouth. So basically for now I can fill there, and maybe, you know what, I'm gonna extrude one piece there that I can connect there, and this will I can maybe already join this by pressing M and at last, and I can already maybe start to expand this loop a little bit more in order to prepare to add one more loop there. So I can not extrude, but I can expand this loop, scaling, moving it. I know it will snap, and I can already add one more loop, and this loop I can go in a view where I see all the vertices and press G in order to project it. Okay, so adding one more cut over there will lead me to a closed piece, so I can close the geometry there. And here I'm pretty sure that I can easily now generate the faces that will go down, as you can see, the nose, and I can close the gap. So that's quite nice. Let's temporarily remove the visibility of the mirror modifier so it's easier to see there. And now I know that I want this kind of shape for the nostrils. So here I think I have an issue regarding the faces. No, apparently it's okay. I don't know why it's way bigger in terms of, it's maybe the cavity option, so I'm okay with that. So one thing I want is, like, for the nostrils I want another separation there, so I'm gonna do that, and at this point there I know that this goes inside, so I will extrude a loop that goes inside, okay, and that comes back toward the center. So here I can add two loops by pressing Ctrl R and scrolling the mouse wheel, and then I have this loop that that goes around basically the nostril, the wing if you want, and that goes toward the center, which is alright. So now I will extrude this line that goes toward the center, the nose, and I will have to define the plane, the bottom plane of the nostril, and we'll do that soon. Okay, but before, maybe I can merge those two vertices by pressing M, and then I can add another vertex by pressing Ctrl R, and I can join maybe this. Here I can join this, adding another vertex by pressing Ctrl R. I can add one there, selecting this edge, and I can fill the missing pieces over there. So now here I know I will need to close the gap, so it won't be that easy for now. So let's bring maybe one more cut on the nose there. I can project it by pressing G. And usually you have a lot of cuts in the center because it defines the center line and it spreads on the top. So here I will be able to have much more topology for joining the nose and the center line, which usually I like to have that. So adding two cuts, I can project them again by pressing G. And here from the bottom, like you see the projection like was not well placed. But for now what I can do is, maybe I will come back later on, but for now what I can do is I can already close the gap for the bottom plane right there. Maybe I can extrude using the F2 add-on some new loops like this, following the border of the nostril. Okay, so this goes over there, this goes there. Okay, and for now, even though it's not perfect, I think this is good enough so we can progress. So I can generate other faces there, maybe closing this one, and there I'm not super happy with the way it goes, so maybe I can add another cut. Maybe I can join those two vertices together, and here I can solve the puzzle like this. Okay, so this is I think the topology of the nose right now is okay. It's not ideal because like I really like this flowing toward the center, which is like usually what happens from an anatomical point of view, but I think we have to move things around a little bit more to have like a better control of the shapes. But for now, I think it's good enough. We have enough information to generate the next step. I'm gonna add a cut over there because this is going to define the crease on the top of the nose, something that is very Disney-like, to be honest with you. And now I can close like this, and like this, the top of the nose, which looks alright. And if I ever need to have much more topology on the top, I can do that. Press G to project it, and again, because I didn't sew that, I need to bring it back toward the center. And as you can see now, here it happens that I have a nice topology, I think, for the nose. We're gonna probably fix some stuff later on, but at least for now it's okay. So here, if I'm selecting this, you can see I have 9 vertices in the bottom, which is not ideal. So I can add one more cut there, flowing to the center. I can maybe press G twice to flow back this toward the center, toward the top, sorry. And now I can find a way to close this. So to close this, I'm gonna basically do that. And I think that for now it's going to be alright. So let's select this, press I, G. So I will basically do an inset, and G will do the projection, the usual projection that we have. Okay, so for now, I think that this is fine for the nostril. Okay. So as you can see, we managed to control the topology of the nose at a very specific location, which is nice because let's isolate this back and remove the in front. Not the in front, but let's hide for a moment the view over there, and let's shade smooth this. You can see that when adding a subdivision surface, we have the right volume for the nose. Okay, we have the right crease, and this is super cool because we still were able to maintain the shape without any trouble correctly with the right amount of density for this polygon, for this area. Sorry. So the next difficult area will be the ear, but we're going to deal with that later on. But let's finish the mouse for now. So the mouse, usually what I'm doing is that I'm extruding some stuff directly like this. And one way to do that actually is to select everything, to scale the loop. So I'm selecting the loop by pressing double click because I'm in the emulate 3-button mouse, because I have the emulate 3-button mouse option, as you remember. Or the other way, if you don't have this option turned on, is to press Alt and left click to select the loop, which is the old way of doing that. Okay, so let me bring that here, and we'll have to over there smooth things out for the loop. But for now, I'm just placing the direction of the mouse, and here I can go in sculpt mode, and pressing shift I can smooth the loop a little bit, but this is not going to snap to the geometry below, so you have to remember that. But this is going to help me redirect the flow of my loops in an easier way. And then I come back, select the geometry that I've touched, and press G to project it back. Okay. So I'm quite happy with the way we are right now. So now the things that I need to do is probably lower down this piece and add one more cut that I can integrate by pressing G. And maybe here I can select everything and smooth a little bit by pressing Q and smooth. And if you don't have this in your quick favorite menu, you can right click. While being in vertex mode, you can add the smooth vertices option. Okay, and now when you press Q, it's there. The cool thing is that even when you're in face mode or in edge mode, you can still press Q and the option will still work. Which is not the case, which apparently the option doesn't exist in edge mode and in face mode. So now I'm going to again simply extrude, select this loop and extrude it, and maybe instead of extruding it, I'm just going to scale it on the Z-axis, okay, to make it to make it to put it at the right location, something like that. So here it's going to be very tight, okay, but this is normal. This is the area where things are quite tight, the corner of the mouth. And one thing that I want is I want a very symmetrical number of vertices. So here I'm going to slide this loop by pressing G twice, okay, but I'm going to rotate it a little bit like that. And I want to have another loop that basically joins the top and the bottom vertices. So adding a new loop there. This one is quite aligned. Now I want to move this one there. And 1, 2, 3, as you can see, I need to add 1, 2, and 3 loops over there that will basically mirror the top ones. And one thing that I can do is I can go in mirror mode over there. I can press N, and in the tool, not N, sorry, I can go in the options over there, and I can use mesh boundary. I can remove the mesh boundary options, so I can now manipulate the boundary of my topology, and I will basically spread, as you can see, the loops so they fade out, which is a nice way to do it using the sculpt mode. Okay. And because I've moved too much things, I can also use now the shrink wrap modifier, and I can use the sculpt, and you can see it shrinks everything to the mesh, and I can press Ctrl A on top of the modifier to apply it. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to connect those pieces together until the end, and you will see you will have a triangle, and then I will add a cut that I can project by pressing G once. And now what I can do is I can select this loop and press V to disconnect it, okay? And I can, in this context there, I can merge those vertices together like that. Or you know what, instead of that, I'm going to press V to disconnect my vertices together. Press M there, and this loop shouldn't connect to there, so I can press V again. And V again, sorry. So let's remove that, and let's press the F2 add-on to generate. Basically what I want is this loop connecting to this one. Okay, so this is exactly what I'm going to do. So I want this to connect to this one, so let's connect it. And what I've made wrong is... okay, so I have an issue. When I have an issue, usually what I do is I destroy things and I redo it. So I know the top one is going to connect to this one, so this is what I'm going to do. And I know the bottom one, the top one over there is going to connect with the bottom one. So I have this and I have this, okay? So now that I have my proper loops for the leaps, I can still add some loops there. And let me polish the loops around. I'm gonna try to pinch everything there, but before doing that, I'm gonna smooth once, press G to snap everything. And I'm going to use the proportional editing, but the connected one, pressing Alt O, and this will help me move things down a little bit and really find the, it's like a grab brush if you want, and this will help me really find the shapes that we've done in sculpting. Still making sure that the lines align correctly. And you can see also like how we have the center line that we should really find in terms of shape, like a M shape, okay, which works now much better, as you can see. So I think that for now, regarding the topology of the bottom part, we are alright. So let's move to the side and the eyes. Okay, so pressing O, sorry, and Alt O to disconnect the modifier, the proportional editing. Sorry, what we can do right now is to try to connect the things on the top. So one thing that I can do is maybe I can bring those vertices together, pressing M, okay, and trying to have a better flow toward the eye. So we can see how those lines are connecting to the eye, which is nice. Okay, I will have to open a bit more this piece. And here I truly believe that I need to add some lines, so I'm going to add a cut, and this is going to be perfect because this is going to follow the shapes that I want. Maybe I need to add more cuts over there to define the jaw much better. So here I have 3 vertices that I can add, 3 cuts that I can add. Why? Because simply I'm going to be able to join them like this. 2 cuts over there. Again, I can join them like this. Maybe here I will have a pull, so I'm going to extrude and do something like that, because here I know that I will be able to separate the flow. So this is going to go that direction, but the mouse from the corner, it's going to flow back there, which is going to be good. And it's going to avoid having some too much stretching. Here I can extrude. When I say extrude, actually it's not extruding, it's generating the face. And here I can add 1 cut. I can slide this one, maybe I can select this one, and press G to move it. Let's connect this one, adding a cut over there, and you can see how this puzzle is being closed properly. Let's add a bit of smoothing with those faces, so I can press 3 to go in face mode and smooth a little bit, maybe not the bottom one, smooth, and press G to snap everything back. And there I think that I will need to have much more loops there, so at least 2. So I'm gonna add 2 loops there and probably 1 more loop there. Again, we're not dealing with a game topology, so I'm okay with having more geometry. I wouldn't approach a topology for game in that way, but with the same idea, at least with the same concept of loops, but not with the same amount of topology. But here I'm saving some time. And I know that here you see the loops. Probably this one is going to flow. Probably this one is going to flow there. This one is going to flow there, and you see how I have like two cuts. So one cut there that's going to connect to this one cut there that's going to connect to this one. Here I see a flow that calls me over there that I can bring. Here I see a flow there. Here I can add a cut that I can place, and maybe one more over there. And let's try like this, and you can see how this can flow. So we have this loop that I think I'm gonna connect to this one. So let's do that. I'm gonna connect this one to this one by just an edge, and 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm gonna add by pressing Ctrl R 1, 2, 3, and 4 cuts. And then I can close that pretty nicely. And 1, 2, 3, and 4 cuts. And let's try to, and one more to connect the things. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, and one more over there. And here I can finish the things like that, the thing like that. So this is one way to do it. So this is too tight in this area, so what I can do is I can smooth everything multiple times, and then using the sculpt mode I can push that back. Maybe before doing that, maybe I can push this line a bit back like this, and here I can select everything and smooth things, smooth things multiple times, bringing back this area to the back. Just to say it, because I think it's really interesting, there is an add-on that is called Smooth Preserve Brush, I think, that enables you to grab while snapping, while maintaining the volume of your mesh. This is a super cool add-on that costs like I think $7 or something like that. I really encourage you to buy it if you're into retopology and into modeling a lot in Blender, because this helps preserve the volume in a very nice way of your mesh. So you can see that here I'm getting I think a nice flow. I've controlled the pole over there. Here I have a pole too. Maybe I'm gonna slide this geometry down, something like that. I'm going to try to dive more and more toward the top of the head. Let's do the eyes. So I'm gonna extrude or generate those faces there. And then here you can see how from this point I'm able to extrude this full loop, and I'm going to directly place the corner of like the shape of the eyelid, which usually is a good thing, like in topology when doing retopology or topology directly. You want to align things first and then fill the gap. So here I know that this flows to the back, so I can scale it and make it flow to the back. let's move it like this. Let's align some stuff, some lines better. So what I'm looking at is this loop, this loop, this loop, this loop, this loop, this loop. Basically, I'm looking at the flow and how everything flows together. Okay, so going back there, making this nice shape flowing to the center. So you can see I don't care about like the loops for now. I'm only caring about placing the outer side of the eye, something like that. Okay, and now I need to care about like having more geometry on the top, because I know I will need to mirror. So this is going to be mirrored, this is going to be mirrored. Maybe I can bevel this loop by pressing Ctrl B. This is a nice way to generate a new loop in Blender. So this is approximately there, 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 maybe one more there. It's okay if it's not perfectly symmetrical in terms of loop, but at least you got to have the same density, the same approximative density. So you'll be able to, when you close and when you rig the character, to have a nice, at least the same amount of volume around this eye. Okay. So now that I have this, easy stuff, I add some cuts, press G to project them. Okay, I can even now follow the inner loop. So one way to do it clearly is to hide some loops, and here I can simply be sure to project this loop to the right location. Same thing over there. Pressing Alt H to make everything come back. I can add another one, pressing G to project it, another one there, pressing G to project it. And you can see how it's easily controlled around the eye. And now that I have this, I really want to slide some loops to make them less tight over there. So pressing G twice helps me a lot doing that. And also going in the sculpt mode, I can smooth things by pressing Shift, make the inner loop tighter over there, and I can add one cut over there to make the edge of the corner of the eye even more straight, even more, sorry, pinched. Let's do that. You can see multiple colors there. It's because it's the face set of the sculpt mode. Don't care about that for now. If you want to remove them, you can go in the, I think in the face set options over there, and you can say randomize color, not randomize color, but you can initialize by loops part. This will remove the face sets, so something like that. And you can change the randomize color if you want to have a better color, a clearer color. Let's press smooth a little bit, and now I will still need to add a new shrink wrap modifier on top of this mesh and apply it so it snaps back all the things that I've added on the mesh. So here we are quite good to go, I think. The next few things that I will... Here it's still a bit too stretched, if you see, there and there. I'm not a huge fan of this area, so I'm gonna try to do something to manage, maybe to manage to bring the pull higher. So let's do that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try to do this at least. So one way to do it is to add another cut on that flows back to the eye, which is a possibility, maybe a nice one, because I will be able to define more things near the nose. and this will flow like this, so I can add more geometry there, and so this has to flow back there. So let me press V, or at least delete this face. Okay, no, was not a good idea. So I'm gonna do that again, that again. A small issue over there. I know that I need this to flow in the right location. So maybe, you know what? Maybe it's the right time to delete some more faces. I know that this can come there. Maybe I can do this. So I know this will come around the mouse. This will come there and there. And this can merge to this one. And here, of course, this is not working. This should go down toward the center. But I don't want to add another loop. Maybe I can bevel this. Maybe I can bevel this temporarily, so this goes down, down, and here I can generate this, and here you can see how I'm screwed. So maybe in fact, you know what? Maybe pressing Ctrl and double clicking there allows me to come back to where I was. This is an interesting puzzle. So one way to solve a puzzle like that while dealing with topology is to try to collapse some loops. So here I've collapsed this by pressing Ctrl and double click to select the loop and collapse the loop. It's in the delete menu, by the way. I have this loop, I have this loop, this loop. This is going fine. I think I've solved the issue, or at least I'm back to where I was, I think. So okay, I think I got the things right, at least for the amount of polygons that I want. Yeah. Okay, let's stay like this. Maybe we'll have to rework a bit some shapes later on, but for now at least it's okay. And let's try to do the topology of the ear right now. So the topology of the ear will be, for now I'm going to disconnect everything from the head, and I will basically try to follow this, which is the helix. You can see it's already in the wrong direction due to the back face visualization. I can press Shift N with everything selected, or this selected, Shift N, and recalculate and inverse to the inside to see my polygon. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to follow this. I can also right click to make it look correct, sorry. And also making sure I project this by pressing G. And I'm gonna press Shift H to hide everything else from what I'm working on, which is the ear. And I'm gonna fade also the loop. So you can see I'm trying to radiate each time the loop toward the center, which is a good thing. Okay, so I think I've added too much annotations over there. Okay. So now that I have this, I need to find a way to generate the volume of this helix. So one way to do it will be to extrude on top like this, and to basically generate the volume from, like if I were adding a cap, you know, to the outer volume. So I'm gonna do that there, and I will be missing, I think, some some parts there. So here I know I will be extruding the rest toward the bottom, and there I can add another cut, and here another cut, and here I can close the gap like this. So it's not super ideal, I would say. I would prefer to actually follow the bottom, so I'm gonna delete this and I'm gonna follow the bottom line like this. I'm gonna try to find a better way to move the topology later on. So for now, let's do this. So the outer cap is okay approximately. We are going to rework the shape a bit later on, but I know that I have this. This is going from the top, and this can connect back there, there, and over there. So let's bring back this to the center. Let's extrude this there, and now what I can do is exactly the same thing that I've done for the cap, but this time let's do it inside. So I can create a thickness for the inside. Okay. And this is where the visualization that we've added, the cavity thing, is quite interesting, because we can see better where the volume actually. So you can see how easily there I can generate the volume for the inside, and this will help me define even more the lobe of the ear of the bottom part. So you can see how everything looks interesting right now. One thing that we can do is we can extrude this part, which will be the Y of the loop. So if you look at an ear, you will see that it looks like, this piece looks like a Y shape. So we have a small bump in the inside there, and this goes like this, like a wrench shape or a Y shape. Okay, and this goes and follows the shape until it connects with the tympan there. That protects the eardrum actually. Something like that. Okay. So we can connect now things. This with this with this. I need to add a cut. Let's slide this. I need to add a cut. Okay. Here maybe I need to add a cut to extrude, to generate and generate. So I think we're good to go like this. Let's look at from the front. I think it's okay, as you can see. And here maybe I can generate, either I can generate a face like this, but I'm not, I think I still want to have more face on the top. So I will be adding 2 cuts. That will help me define, that will help me basically connect the hole over there. And if I'm selecting everything there, you can see I have 9 faces, which is not ideal. So let me remove one loop. And when I say it's not ideal, is that I know I will have a triangle when joining the things together. And here I think I'm good regarding the face. So yes, I will be able to generate this to this, having 2 triangles and adding another cut there to close the gap. So you can see how we have this nice Y shape, and here this nice shape too that follows the rest. Again, I'm not inventing, I'm not learning by heart some topology stuff. I'm just trying to follow the shapes, and I know the shapes. And this is like the most important thing to remember, is that when you know the shapes, you know how to connect them, how to synthesize them using a topology. And this is what you want to learn, is more about the anatomy rather than the topology. Okay. So here I want to connect this and this. Maybe I know I will have the hole over there. Maybe let's try to connect these things there. Let's try to generate a face. Here we're a bit screwed. So maybe I can add a cut like this to close the puzzle. So is it good? I don't think it's good. So let me delete some stuff, and maybe I will, from this I will follow the edge there. I think this looks much nicer, even though we have a pole there, which is okay, I guess. Let's do this. Maybe we can go straight now there. And this goes to the inside of the ear, which basically from now on we can try to connect this piece. So let's extrude one quad there, and let's add one more loop. I think we can also, maybe let's try to connect this, and let's for now assume that we have this piece. So this connects like this, so it's not a perfect loop, but it's still alright. So maybe we can extrude, we can press V, sorry, to disconnect and try to find a better solution. So a better solution will maybe be something like that. And it's like, again, like for now this is like trying to sort a puzzle, sorry. This is what I'm trying to do, as you can see. Maybe I will merge those vertex together, and now I have like this that I can extrude, and this will be to the center of the ear, and I will try to fade the loops in a way that doesn't stretch too much. And here, let's do how much vertices they have. I have 9 again. So maybe I can add one more there. Not super happy with this. This doesn't define the shapes well. Maybe I can connect that there. Having a much better protection over there for the eardrum. You know what? Even this for me is a call to reconnect the loop toward the center like this, to have like this protection. I know it's not going to be super fine because I will have many loops to connect back to the head. So let's go back and let's assume this for now. And here I have 10 edges. I can close that maybe. And here I have 8 edges, 8 vertices, and let's fill the loop like this. Even though this should be a true hole with a cartoon character, usually we can go by closing the loop, and in any case I still think we'll have some hairs going on top of the ear, so it's not going to be a huge issue. But you can see that now we have the ear that is almost finished. We need to still do the back, which is hard. Stay with me. We'll have to close that. So the first thing we have to do is this, which basically is a way to add, to protect the outer edge and to create the thickness of the backside. Something like that. And then we will have to again extrude. So here I'm going to extrude a triangle there. Not extrude, but to generate a triangle. and I'm going to extrude to generate, sorry, in this case, new faces. For the back, trying to follow the curve of the back of the ear that we've defined in the sculpt. Maybe I can extrude directly those edges to save some time. And here I will generate this triangle. And why I've done that, it's because now I can add safely a loop that I can project, and this gives me even more detail like this. And I know that this connected to a triangle on the top, and that I can create what we call a diamond quad, which is this sort of quad. Okay, so now I have the back of the ear, and now it's going to be the famous nightmare of connecting the head back to the ear. So one way to do that is to press Alt H to bring back the thing. So one way to do that is, like, first I need to add some cuts there that I know I will be quite important. Now I can try to, okay, first connect the top. Let's try to do that. Okay, let's try to remove as much stretch as possible in those loops, so they look like they're facing each other. Something like that. Okay, this connecting there. Here I have an issue, is that I need to join 2 with 1. So there are multiple ways to do that. One way is to maybe redirect the flow down. So it means that I can connect that there, adding a cut, and this will connect like this. So this is one way to do that. I'm not a huge fan of this, to be honest. So one other way will be to split this, so to extrude this and to split it like that, which can be okay. One other way will be to try to remove the detail in the ear. So I'm gonna collapse this edge and collapse another one. You can see this will create over there a quad, okay, like this, and here we have a quad. So this is a solution, but the issue is that I have this polygon that is stretched too much. So I'm gonna try to stay like that for the outside, and I'm gonna try to remove this and to solve the puzzle in a better way. So I know that this can come there, I can do that. I know that I will have to do this in this situation, and I know that I need to close this thing. Okay, so maybe I can generate a face there. Let me check. Okay, maybe let's remove this. Maybe I can do something smart about the shape like this. Okay, I will try to do that. I will try to extrude this edge and scale it down, connect it there, adding a cut down there, and here I'm a bit screwed unless I once again. Okay, I'm going to press Shift Tab to remove the snapping. I'm going to slide those 2 loops together, moving this thing down. Adding 1 cut there will help me. So remember, I don't have the snapping over there. That's why I'm not messing up the back. And now I can properly fill the gaps there. So Can I do that properly in a better way? Let me try to merge this vertex. This is a way to do that. I'm not a huge fan though. I'm gonna merge this loop because I think this is adding too much, so I'm basically going to collapse it. And let's add a triangle there, and let's try to fix this triangle by adding a cut. So I can collapse an edge on this loop, adding back the loop like this. So this creates a nice shape there. Here the issue is that I have still a triangle to solve, but I may be able to solve the full thing by collapsing this loop like this. So I have solved the issue, and I may be able now to redesign a little bit the shapes and basically fade out the shapes and rebalance the full topology. So this was a bit hard to do, but I think this is something that is working fine. Maybe I can, destroy this because I'm not a very huge fan of the pole that I had in the center. So I'm gonna try to close the gap there again, following the shape. Let's remove those inner vertices. Let's redo that once more there. Pressing G twice to slide the thing. And maybe now this is 10 vertices. Therefore I can connect them like this, and I have solved my full ear in a much better way. And it connects to the side of the face in a much straighter way. As you can see, it's straight. Okay, so I've messed a lot. I've moved a lot of vertices, so I need to add a shrink wrap. So you see it connects back properly, and I applied a shrink wrap, so this is much better now. And now the thing that I can do is I can select those vertices, those edges, sorry. So I've moved in edge selection by pressing the 2 key, but you should already know that. I'm going to realign some loops. And now I'm going to basically extrude things like that. Oh, I forgot to use the snapping. So pressing Shift Tab, I can re-enable snapping. And let's do that for the last one. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Snap everything. Let's smooth, scale, press G, and let's now select this loop and close the gap by pressing F multiple times. And let's go back with the sculpt and move down this piece. Let's smooth everything for the forehead. Basically now we're going to try to sculpt the forehead. Something like that. Again, the cool thing is the shrink wrap modifier that we can use. Shrink wrap, we select the sculpt, we apply the shrink wrap. We are getting close to the end of this retopology, as you can see. So the next thing we can do is connect the top. So I forgot to connect this one, so quite sad with this one. Let's delete it, and let's connect it. Let's connect the ear directly to the top like this. This is going to be much more interesting shape-wise. Yes, okay. And now for the side of the ear, what I can do is something like this. 1, 2, 3. I connect. I go around the mesh. I don't know how many cuts I will need, but for now I can do that. Let's again extrude more things there. And I need to start to radiate a bit more for the forehead, so that's why I'm doing that. Okay, I'm gonna push back to the center, extrude a loop, extrude some things and scale them. And here I need to add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. 1, 2. So I can also add 1 and say here I want 5. There's another way to do that. And here I know that I will be able to connect things. From the back point of view, I can connect them directly like this. I need to bevel this loop, so I select it and press Ctrl B, like that. And I know that here I can add 1 cut to compensate for the stretch. Okay, so let's select everything for the forehead, for the cranium, sorry. Maybe not this, and press smooth a couple of times. Let's press Alt S, Shift, sorry, let's come back first. Let's select the missing part. Let's remove this. Okay, remove this, remove this. I'm pressing C, by the way, to select. And Shift Tab to remove the snapping. Press Q and smooth a few times. Alt S to regain the volume that was lost. I can also continue the extrusion over there, and maybe here I can do the bottom piece. So let's do that. So this is going to be snapped also, so I'm going to select this and press G to snap it. And also you remember that Shift Tab is for bringing back the snap, so that's why I'm doing this. Okay, let's connect that, adding loop cuts on the fly. 1, 2 maybe. Okay, I'm good with that. Let's select this loop. So in order to select it quickly, I can select the first vertex and press Ctrl and left click to the end. So basically this is a shortcut in Blender that enables you to select the shortest path between your selection. Okay, so I'm going to do that in order to close the cranium section. So let's reselect the cranium section and press Shift Tab again to remove the part. Okay, and now maybe it's time to add a shrink wrap back. Selecting the mesh, applying the shrink wrap. I will detour the ear after. Don't worry, but for now I'm okay like that. And for the bottom part of the cranium, I know I will do something like this, following basically the base of the cranium. So Shift Tab again to re-enable the snapping. I'm forgetting that all the time. Here I'm connecting this to this. 1 cut. Let's add a few more cuts, and I think this can directly go to this one, this two. I can remove 1 cut over there, adding 1 cut there, finishing the thing, and here I can slide this one there to connect it there, adding 1 more there, 2 there, and I have the back of the cranium being solved. So now it's a matter of selecting the thing, deselecting this. So now to deselect with the C key, you can use the middle mouse button and paint. So I'll smooth, but Shift Tab in order to remove the snapping. Smooth multiple times, Alt S to scale along the normal. And maybe here this goes down a little bit down. A little bit more, sorry, and I can now use the shrink wrap again, and I can select my mesh and press Alt A on the modifier, sorry. And here I think I'm quite good to extrude to extrude stuff, but before, what I want to do is I want to extrude this to start generating the bottom of the jaw. So I think here we can extrude this multiple times. I'm going to extrude another loop around the bottom of the jaw like this. You can see it's quite easily done. Let's re-add a shrink wrap because I forgot to and apply it because I forgot to enable snapping using Shift tab. And now you can see how I can easily regenerate some of the loops for the bottom of the jaw. It's just a matter of filling the puzzle here, but it's quite a simple puzzle, at least for now. Let's do this, remove this line, let's connect this together, and now I can pretty much go from the back to this edge loop. Oh, I have an issue. Okay, let's remove that. And okay, I have another issue over there. Let's remove that. I'm fine. Let's do that and push to the end. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can add that. Let's close the gaps. Okay, so I need much more over there. So 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and here 1, 2, 1, 2. So I should be able now to press Ctrl F and use the grid fill add-on, which is not the case. So why isn't it happening? So here, here, and here, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. I'm missing one loop. Let's add one there for now. And as you can see, I will have to relax things a bit more. Let's go in the sculpting view and push that forward like this. This is not very ideal, the amount of loops that we have in the back of the head. But we can try to later on find a better solution. Let's add a shrink wrap modifier, adding it, applying it. Okay, I think we're quite going in the right direction there. The last thing I need to do is to maybe here close the under plate of the jaw. So let's do that like this. You can see how this can connect to there, and here I want 1, 2 at least, so I know I will be able to do something like this, and here one more cut will bring me to this solution, which is wrong, which is not very nice. So probably I will have to add one more cut there and close the thing like this. So if you look at it, this piece can be smoothed a little bit, and here we are following, as you can see, pretty much the underplate of the jawline, which is quite nice. And you can see that the opening for the neck is quite clear right now. It's this one. So in order to do that, to create the neck, what I can do is simply I can press Shift Tab to remove the snapping, and I can extrude the neck like if it was a cylinder. And I can also right click and use the loop tool add-on to create a loop, but apparently it's not working so well. So one way to make it happen better is to apply the mirror modifier to make the loop tool circle. So now it's a perfect circle, as you can see. Like this. Okay, I'm gonna scale it down. Extrude, scale, extrude, down, scale. Okay, something like that, making sure I still have a symmetrical mesh. And now what I can do is I can double click the center line, same thing in the front, press V to disconnect this, press L on the left side, remove this and add back a mirror modifier. And in edit mode I can add back the clipping option. So selecting the center line basically, I can make sure to reproject it to the center by pressing G and Z and Y, sorry, and X, sorry. Let's spread a little bit some loops from the back. I'm not a huge fan of this, so maybe I will be able to destroy it and redo it. But for now, let's add a shrink wrap modifier, selecting the sculpt. As you can see, everything goes back to normal. I can also try to smooth things in the back while still maintaining the shrink wrap in place, which helps a lot. Okay, let's apply the shrink wrap modifier. Let's reapply the center line to the center in both directions to be sure it's okay. So I have an issue over there, I've selected too much. Same in the, wow, I made a huge mistake over there. Whoa. I made a huge mistake. Okay, things were not snapped to the center. Here it's snapped. Here it's snapped to the center too. Let's apply the shrink wrap. Okay, we're good to go now. Again, so the face set, I'm quite unhappy with it. So again, you can initialize face set by loose parts again. I'm gonna smooth things a bit more there, trying to round the loops for the bottom side. Adding some smoothing over there is quite easy because you can just tap and it works. And I'm not a huge fan of this pole, to be honest with you. I think it's not ideal. But it's let me check if I can move it to a better location. From the bottom it's okay there, but here it bothers me a little bit. So, and in any case, I think I have too much loops in the back there. So let's see how I can remove some of them. So I'm gonna destroy a lot of things there by removing some topology in the back. And I'm gonna try to, same thing with that, and I'm gonna try to redo it. in a way that makes sense. But in fact, you know what? I think it was going fine actually. So I don't think I will be able to do much better in this context. Maybe here I can join this loop to remove one loop down. So here I'm able to do that, pressing Shift Tab to snap. I don't know how many I need to add, but probably that much. And I think at least one loop less is still fine for me. Okay, something like that. I think I can bevel this one and scroll it. I'm still missing one, I think. Oh, that was too much. Yeah, I think it's much better. I have less loops from the back. What I can do is I can select this and smooth it a little bit. And now what I can do, I think it's much better like this. I've controlled. The pole is still over there. I would prefer to have it on the top. But I think it's still okay. One thing that usually I like to do in this context, and maybe you know what, maybe I'm gonna do it just because it's nice to share that with you. I'm gonna use the shrink wrap and snap back the things to the mesh. But one thing I want to do is I want to push the cladomastoid muscles. So I will have to destroy a lot of things again, but it's going to be for the better actually. So I'm going to delete some vertices over there. I'm going to delete this too. And now I'm going to, like, I know the under plate of the jaw is fine, so I can skip it. But what I want is I want to extrude this down to the neck, which represents the what we call the sternocleidomastoid muscles, and are quite important for a neck, especially for the twist of the neck. So this will be a nice thing to add. So I can merge some vertices. And let's add one loop there. And let's try from there to extrude down. The issue with this technique is that we'll have too much in the bottom. We'll have too much geometry, as you will see. But for now, I'm only reaching for the right topology. We can still redirect some loops in the jaw. So let's continue with that. And here we can say this flows to the back. So let's do that. I can connect this together. Here I see this is quite hard to solve actually, but we are going to solve it, don't worry. Here I can try to do this. No, I need to connect it. Maybe let's do this. I have two loops, so one is going to be there. So I can try to go with that, which is not ideal. As you can see, it's not very interesting visually speaking. Maybe I maybe adding a bit of smooth in the whole piece will help me visualize a better situation, a better plan. So I can separate things out over there. Maybe adding this back to the top. Maybe I can join this to the top too, along with that. Something like that. The issue I have is that we have a pole underneath, but it's well placed, I think. Actually, we have two, which bothers me a bit. So what if I... No, this loop is fine. In fact, you know what? The pole is quite fine there. This loop going down, which is quite alright. This one going down, which is quite alright too. It still feels like a bit of a puzzle that is not solved properly over there. So because here this is too wide, we'd rather redirect this down. So let's do that. This is going to be redirected down. I'm gonna add a cut there. I'm gonna merge this together. And this loop going down there is fine. I know it's not very entertaining seeing that, but it's, you know, it's part of the job, part of the process. So actually, you know what, like when I'm facing an issue like that, it means that first I need a break usually, and also I need to destroy a lot of things. So let's destroy the things and let's redo it. And I prefer to keep that in the editing of the video, so you will be able to see how I solve those kind of issues. So let's remove that and let's redo the thing. So here I know I will go there. I will have to go down because this is the sternocleidomastoid muscles that should go down. Maybe I should go down there. This is going to go there, and maybe from now I can select this, make it go to the inside, close that hole, and you see I have less polygon there. So this is cool because now I will be able to do this, and you can see how now I can go down with a much proper in a much proper way. So I think I can even, like, from there, let's move this closer to the top because it's a pole and I want to hide it as much as I can. In fact, you know what, let's even remove this, something like that, extrude that piece. You need to visualize this going down as the sternocleidomastoid muscle. So let me redirect it directly to the end of the connection of the muscle, and then maybe I can extrude the whole thing there, scanning it down, something like that, which makes more sense right now, as you can see. So I have the full muscle going down. I have a pole that is controlled there, and now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can do this. Let's remove this one. Okay, I can do this. I'm gonna smooth later on, don't worry about that. And here this is going down, and this is going to radiate out toward the trapezoid from the back. So I think from there I can extrude this, scale it, so you can see it snaps along with my selection, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops, I can snap them from a good view, and then I can connect everything. So it looks like I was able to redirect the flow correctly. Now it's a mess, so let's go in the sculpt mode. Let's smooth things out a bit nicer. Like this. You can see how we have the sternocleidomastoid muscle flowing from the back of the ear toward the front, which is exactly what this muscle is doing. And when adding blend shapes later on the mesh, or shape keys later on, you will be able to define a very sharp angle when doing, for instance, a facial rig. So I think it's good that you've seen the mistake that I've made, and now because you'll be able to see how I've solved it and make it a better, in order to make a better compromise. And now you're looking at my new shrink wrapped topology. Let's smooth things a little bit. Let's press the proportional editing to make this look a bit rounder over there. And then let's add another shrink wrap modifier on top of that. Okay, and we can apply the shrink wrap. So it was a long work. I can right click and shade smooth to have the shading for the ear. You can see we have a very proper topology for this head. The last thing that misses, that I'm missing there, is the extrusion of the eyes. So I'm going to do that. So let's hide the eyes, and let's extrude the eyes toward the center. So I've removed, as you can see, the snapping, sorry. And now I have a much better thickness for the eyelid. And the other cool thing is that now I'm able to push, because I have a proper mesh, as you can see, I'm able to push back the eyelid, the top eyelid. So now I have a much better shape, and I will be able to model everything from now on using a nicer topology. I can even add some creases where it was hard to control, but I can now do it using modeling techniques. So as you can see here, I can even smooth a little bit, but I have much more control over my shapes. Okay, so this is I think a good moment to take a break, because we've achieved a lot of things there, and after the next break we'll be able to polish even more the shapes. Let me save things first, and I'm going to remove the in front option, and I'm going to hide the sculpt, or yes, just hide the sculpt, and also I am going to extrude by pressing E the eye socket even more toward the center, and I'm going to scale it down to a point in the center, and I'm going to press Ctrl plus multiple time and smooth the inner cavity. And maybe I'm gonna press from the top view, I'm gonna press Alt S to scale the cavity of the eye, and each time I want to grab the eye, I can select the center vertex and press Ctrl plus multiple times, and you can see how I'm quickly able to use the smooth operator to do that, to smooth things out. And now, so I can remove the sculpt, and now you can see how my head looks quite nice. What I can do is I can also remove this weird cavity option, press Ctrl 2 to have a subdivision surface on top of everything, and you can see how this now looks quite great. So the last thing I want to do before going with the break is I also want to fix over there the border of the ear. So one thing I want to do is maybe select a loop that goes around the ear, and I want to bevel it, Ctrl B. The cool thing with that is that I will be able to isolate the ear from the rest of the head, and as you will see here when I'm selecting it, it's easier to select it basically. So we've done a lot of things. We have all the loops that we need in order to create a proper character. You can see here I'm adding a loop, and this works really well for the loop for the mouth. Here I can add some loops for the nose, even for the outer nose here. This creates a nice crease. Here you can add some loops if you want to define the loft line and the top of the nose even better. So yes, basically we have tons of things to play with, and let's now enter in the modeling phase for all the details for this character, so we'll be able to push things using a much nicer topology. So let's do that right now due to the magic of editing, but let's take a break, a well-deserved, I would say, break before going to the next step. Okay, so now that we have a retopologized character, we can start modeling and fine-tuning the mesh by simply pushing and pulling some vertices in order to define some shapes even more. You can see that here, for instance, I can correct some lines, some flowing lines, and this I can take as many times as I want, and I can even do it after the different steps that we're gonna go through. But if I see something that I can already start to tweak, it will be the right moment. So the first thing I want to do, because it was so hard to do while sculpting, is to finish or tweak, I would say, the eyes, especially the fact that the eyelids should go further back. So now that I have this, I can do it in a much easier way, as we'll see. So one way to do it quite properly is to actually select one loop and press Ctrl plus multiple times to isolate this part. So I can press Shift H to isolate this part. And now what you can see is that I have all the mesh that I need, and using the proportional editing and by pressing also Alt Z, I'm able to quite easily, as you can see, push the things back. So now I will be able to in a very organic way model the eyelid and to push it back. So you can see that especially there I need to make sure that the eyelid goes around. So even from the top view you can see I can push it like this, which will help me define the crease on top of the eyelid in a much better way and much more realistic way. Also you can see that the lines are not fading right in the right direction, so I can take a moment and compensate for that. Okay, so this will define the crease on top way better, and also I can select some vertices there and make them a bit more prominent to open the eyelid even more and to re-establish the thickness of the eyelid in this way. So probably this front eyelid is going too much forward, but I can adapt it again using the proportional editing in this case quite nicely like this. So maybe this one I can push it a little bit higher, and also maybe I will be able also to scale that vertically, so on the z-axis, to create a nicer shape like that. So now we can see already, if I remove the display, that the eye seems more volumetric. But now by pressing Alt-H, I need to adapt what I've done with the rest of my mesh. So I'm gonna smooth probably a little bit, maybe not too much, but maybe those vertices by pressing Q and smooth vertices, because I've added again my smooth vertex option in the quick favorite. And now I can be even more precise regarding the different lines and the side of the eye, something like that. And I think that this is going to be much more interesting like that. So now that I have this, I really want to define the eyebrows and to define also the eyelashes. And in order to do that, we're going to model them. We're not going to use hairs. This is not a tutorial about hairs. Maybe one day I will do one, but I'm also going to, I think it's also the right time to maybe like push the whole thing forward and maybe to rotate it a little bit more like that, meaning that I can bring the eyeball a bit forward too. Something like that I think is much more interesting regarding our design. And maybe also let me try to go back with the eyes and to define again the inner straight line of the shape of the eye. So this inner part should be more straight, as you can see on the mesh, than the outer part. So I think we have a much nicer shape like this. Okay. So as I said, for the eyelashes, we're going to model them. To do that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna simply extrude from the eye some piece of geometry. So I think I'm gonna select from there to there by pressing Ctrl and left click again. And let me also re-enable the screencast keys there, so you will be able to see them. And I can press maybe this. I can select this one more, I think. And I will press Shift D, and I will directly press P to separate this mesh into another object, like that. And now I will be able to extrude everything and maybe remove the proportional editing for a while, and I will be able to make a nice gradual shape for the eyelashes. So we're gonna do something like this, and it's going to be very princess-like, like we've seen in Disney movies. Again, this is like the main reference that I'm following, like characters such as Elsa in Frozen, or Rapunzel in Tangle, I think it's called in English. And I will also merge the vertices over there to a point, and the same thing probably, no, you know what, I'm not going to do that there. But the fact that I've done this here enables me to add a loop, and I will be able to define the roundness of this piece, and maybe I think with as you can see with the subdivision surface, this will work quite nicely. The thing I need to be sure is that this connects with the eyelid, so I can enable the snapping and back. And remember, I'm still in face mode, and I can make sure, sorry, that this snaps to the geometry of the head. Okay, so let's do that again once more. And also, I really want this to fade. So press Shift Tab to remove the snapping, and let's make sure that we have nice fading lines going outward, going from the center to the exterior part. So fading out like this. Okay. I think I can even more. I can add one loop there, and I can like slide this down toward this corner by pressing G twice, and I will slide also this part. Okay. This will help me to maintain a better shape at this point. Okay. So already we'll be able to see like that this helps having a much nicer design. And one thing that I want to do is also add another cut there to make this part a bit straighter, and I will slide this a little bit above. And I will also right click and shade smooth, so we have the same the same shape. I can also surface quality. So one thing that I can also do from now on is if I want to shrink the length of this, I can deselect the first vertex there and press G twice to make everything slide down. Here, you know what, I'm not a big fan of what I've done here, so let me remove this vertex, and maybe I will generate a face for this. Maybe I will put the triangle on the top, okay, which I feel it's a much better ending, even though this is not very visible. So now what I want to do is I want to add what we call a solidify modifier, so which will enable me to add some thickness on this mesh. So I can do that, but before maybe doing that, I will also add a cut near the end to cut this end in a more straighter way, as you can see. So this will, with the subdivision surface, help pinch this part, and from this point I can also round the eyelash a little bit more, and then after that I can add the solidify modifier after the subdivision surface, and I will make it a bit thicker like this. Okay, so now I have this shape that has some thickness. Maybe I've reduced too much from the front, at least the eyelash height, so I'm gonna maybe move it up a little. I'm going to move it up a little bit like this. Okay, making a much nicer volume. So we're gonna do quite the same thing for the bottom, but very subtle compared to what we have there. So I'm gonna just extrude a vertex, duplicate a vertex, press Shift Tab, so it snaps to the bottom, and here I'm gonna extrude the bottom eyelash while making sure it's going to maintain the volume, the volume of the bottom one. And I'm going to press L to select this piece, and I'm going to press extrude, but as you can see I cannot extrude. Why? Because I have the snapping, so I can press Shift Tab to remove it, and then I'm going to make it very subtle. So this should be a very subtle piece, but in terms of, especially in terms of thickness, I'm gonna slide that down, and I'm gonna merge those vertices together at last in this context, and then I'm gonna add a cut in the middle that I can move along the normal by pressing Alt S like that, and you'll be able to see that the eyelash is maybe too big, so maybe I will be sliding that even more by pressing G twice, not selecting this vertex. So maybe something like that will work best. Okay, so this should be actually really subtle, and I don't think it's subtle enough. So maybe like when we'll have the texture painting, it will be fading much better. But you know what, I think I will try to make it even further, going further in the eye. So I'm going to press Shift Tab to make the snapping come back, and maybe I'm gonna make it closer to the eyelid like this, just as a test. And pressing Shift Tab I can remove the snapping, and pressing F while selecting the corner, so the F2 add-on, I can try doing this, generating the faces that are missing with this one. So let's add back this thing toward the center. And I think that this could be very, very, very subtle and very thin, as you can see. And we'll have to, I think, in this context, we'll have to reduce the thickness of this mesh. So from this view, I can also see that the curve is not as curvy as I wanted. So let me fix that from this view. I need to have a slightly bow shape, and from the bottom, again, I need to have, maybe this can fade out from this location, from this point of view. And I think this will probably work, and maybe this can be a bit flatter, so more aligned with the ground. So I can try to do that. And again, usually like those planes, they are thick in this context, but usually what we do is we add a texture with all the lashes. Maybe we'll do that later on. I don't know if we're going to go that far. But for now, what I can do is I can start to change the color. So this material, I'm gonna call it skin, which is the blue color over there. And this one, I'm going to press the 2 button in order to generate a new material. And I will call that eyelashes. I think it's called like this. I'm gonna change the color to a darker color. And you can already see how much this affects the character, and how much this makes the character looks way more feminine. Okay, so maybe I can bring this even closer to the corner, adding one more cut and compensate for it. So let me make sure that this goes back to the right place. From the top view, using the Alt-Z, so the X-ray, I can do it even in a way easier manner. Something like that. I'm gonna correct the curve a little bit. Something like this will probably work and do the trick. Okay. And I can also move this higher in order to rotate and make a nicer transition, I think. So you can take as much time as you need to explore, to test in this situation, but I'm gonna move forward with what I have right now. So the next piece that we can do that will have a great impact is the eyebrows. So in order to do that, I will also duplicate 2 vertices from the eyelashes, because I'm going to use the same material and the same thickness. And what I can do is I can press Shift Tab, okay, to snap this loop, this geometry to the mesh, while pressing G, of course. And then I will be able to generate the eyebrows. So to create the eyebrows, I can extrude them on the mesh. You know, it's also sometimes a good idea to display the wire of the mesh, so I can do that. So I'm sure I'm close to the topology that is lying under the mesh. So this is what I can do. So something like that, and you will see that I will follow a line, and I will make the eyelashes go down, maybe till this point. And I will also make sure that the eyelashes, by pressing L, are separated in another mesh, so that this is what I can do. And now I can work with them, maybe adding one cut there to make it straighter near this loop. And I can refine them, making sure they're gradually moving down. Maybe here they are bigger, going up. Depends on what you are going to do regarding the expression, but for now we're going with a quite neutral expression. And here till the end, maybe I can fade it like this, adding another cut. Okay, that will help me to make the nice curve. Maybe I can bring them even a little bit closer to the center. Again, this depends on the design. So something like that, maybe. And for the end, I think that maybe I will merge those 2 points together. So those 2 points, sorry. So this helps me creating a nice ending point, and I can add another cut there to compensate for that. So I have a triangle in the bottom. Usually, actually, I want the triangle to be on the top, so I'm gonna merge this one with this one, and here, actually, I think this is nice. So as you can see, this also creates something quite important for the mesh, because this gives more life to the character. Again, I think that this was too much pushed toward the center, so I can remove that. But you can see how this works quite well. Let me change the color for the skin to a beige color, a little bit tinted toward brown, and you can see how we're starting to have like a more lifelike character. Maybe for the ears, I wanted to test to crease a little bit the top ear, the top of the ear. Usually you can try to do that by introducing some triangles. So you can, for instance, like select what you want to crease, pressing Ctrl B to bevel it. So you will see that with the bevel, this usually works with the subdivision surface. And then here you need to merge at last. So this is introducing a triangle, but this may be interesting visually speaking. So for now we're going to let it like that. You can always remove this loop by pressing Ctrl and double clicking and collapsing the loop. But for now I'm going to keep that. And now I will also work about the thickness of the inside. So same thing, I think I'm gonna maybe push this so this creates a nicer hole. So you can see I already have an issue, which is the snapping. So I'm gonna remove the snapping using Shift Tab. I'm gonna push that, and I'm gonna make sure that those vertices are way back and in the ear to create a very important hole, very much more important hole than we have for now. And here it can gradually fade out like this. You can see how this shape works a bit better for now. And I think that from this point of view I can also move back this slight border forward, and I will be able also to, from this point on, level up the back. So you can see we have a much more readable shape here. Okay. Let's do the same crease for the inside here. So I'm gonna press Alt S first to move it back, move it forward, sorry. And I'm going to try to add this crease. So for the crease, I'm gonna select this until this. So I'm pressing Ctrl each time to have a better selection process. And maybe you can see that actually, in fact, I think that I can get what I want by maybe only pushing those vertices back, which will maybe be better in this context. Yeah, I think this is way better and actually softer inside the ear, which where the cartilage is. Maybe I can select this and also push it back by pressing Alt S, and I can also move that closer on this plane to make you see the hole there it's now much more visible. And from this point I can also maybe push this vertex a little bit forward to have a nicer transition from there. Okay, so you can see how now I have a much better ear, much more defined ear. Inside I want this nicer loop, so I'm gonna fade it toward the center. And I think that's this shows enough information and enough detail for the style of the character. Of course, if this was a more realistic character, I would have spent much more time to do that. So now one thing that bothers me is this eyelet there, so I need to go there and to fix it. So in order to fix it, I think I need to maybe enter the sculpt mode there. I will smooth things a little bit. And I will try to make a nicer transition from the corner of the eye to the nose. So I'm gonna slide some vertices there. Okay. Making a nicer, a rounder shape. Maybe here I can slide a few vertices, sorry. You can see how we have a much nicer shape transition there. Okay. So I'm starting to get quite happy with the with what we have right now. The thing that I want to do is to come back to my blueprint there. You see how I'm still quite close to what I wanted in terms of design. Maybe the eyes are slightly different. Maybe we can like try and explore. I'm gonna add a new by pressing plus. I'm gonna try to add a new increment, sorry, my file, and I'm gonna try using the proportional editing. I'm gonna try to move everything, but I need to select also the eyelashes for manipulating this and entering in edit mode. And you can see how maybe I can try, especially here, to bring things a bit closer. Okay, let's go. Let's press Shift Tab and let's go back with the 3D view. I think this can work, as you can see. It's quite interesting, the shapes. It's even more round there, and maybe I can create a nice shape for the bottom there that is a bit more defined and more square, more angular. And also we bring this closer to the inside, this loop, and I think I have something much more interesting here. Okay, so for the next thing that I want to do, I really want to introduce some hairs, and I'm not going to use hairs that will be particles. I will introduce hairs that will be actual mesh, and I'm gonna use curves to do that. But maybe before doing that, one last thing I want to do is maybe extrude the bottom of the neck a bit more to define very quickly the opening of the torso. So this is as easy as extruding like this, scanning it like this, maybe more, adding a few lines, few cuts, or before doing that I need to make sure that the back is doing okay. So I think I need to bring that closer to the front, something like that. Maybe also I can like smooth that with the top a little bit, which makes more sense here. And also I can use the proportional editing here, maybe bring back some lines on the back and start defining the back side where the trapezius muscle should be. And from the front here we'll have the opening of the clavicle muscle, clavicles bones, and I can push forward a little bit more the sternocleidomastoid muscles shapes. And also maybe using the sculpt mode this time, I will also clear the face set. So maybe also for the face set I can just click this button so I don't see them, because I'm not going to use them, as you can see. So the thing I want to do to make sure is that here I don't have the subdivision surface anymore. when sculpting. Okay, there is like something weird when I grab the polygons there, and I don't know what it is. So okay, I'm gonna do only with the proportional editing for now, which is way easier for what I have to do. Something like that, maybe adding one cut there, and maybe here having a much nicer transition for the back of the neck. Let's go back in object mode, and I think actually, like according to my reference, this is more flat, especially on female's character. Like the trapezoid muscles are not that much defined, so I can do something like that, which I think makes more sense for what we're trying to do. So I know it's a little bit stretched from the back, so let's move some vertices backward, and we have much more definition in the front than in the back. But usually what you have here in topologies like that is that you have a loop basically that goes like this and that connects with the clavicles, and that removes a lot of densities in the front. But we're not going to do that for now, or actually at all, because we're not going to model the full body. And from the front I can make sure that this is more oriented toward more slanted like this. I can make sure so that I have a nice curve for the back, and that this is more wide toward the bottom than the top. Something like that will probably do the trick, and then I can select all my neck, pressing Ctrl+, and maybe smooth it once, which will help me define the shapes much better. And I will select also this edge and make it go down a little bit, and just to start defining a little bit more the muscles for the neck. Something like that, and here maybe adding a bit of smoothing too will help me. Making sure also this is not so defined. And you can see how the neck starts to get a little bit squarish, which I don't want at all. So I'm going to try to get back this a nice round curve for the neck by selecting through. Okay, so something like that will, for me, work quite well. And I'm going to hide back the sculpt and press Ctrl 2 to add a subdivision surface. And I think this will be enough for the neck. And I think that now, as I mentioned, we are going to work on the hairs. So to work on the hairs, what I want to do is I want to use curves. So first I'm going to save, and to work with curves, I'm going to simply define a profile for my curve. So I'm going to use the curves there, adding a Bezier curve, okay, a circle one, and pressing tab, I will define a shape for the profile of my curve. So I will be able to scale here the vertices, and each time you right click on a curve, you can also make sure you mirror it on the X local. As you can see, this helps defining a nice shape for the points. And what I want to do is I want to try to generate a curve. So I'm gonna use I think I'm gonna use a Bezier, and then I'm gonna select this one, and I'm gonna say you are going to, in the geometry, you are going to use an object which will be this one in order to define your profile. And as you can see now, this defines the profile of this curve, and I can say fill the cap also to make sure that I have end caps for this curve, and I'm going to press Shift and O. Actually, this is quite weird, the fact that we are seeing the inside. I think we have backface culling, which was not helping in this case. So I'm gonna bring back backface culling, and also I'm gonna make sure that this is not in front, so which is the case, so perfect. And now what I will do is I will define some strands for mainly the sides. So I will scale this curve by pressing Alt S, the volume, and I will start like extruding this curve for the side. So for now it's mainly going to be simple stuff, and I can extrude, like you can see, and I'm gonna press Alt S to taper this curve as it goes down. So it's going to be a very repetitive process, but we are going to do a first pass with that, and then I can do like Shift-D to duplicate this curve, and I can like start by placing my curve. So if I press Ctrl-T, I will be able to tilt the curve on itself, around itself. But for now, what I'm looking at is making sure that I got the volumes right, approximatively, and then we're going to refine it. This is going to take a little bit of time, so make sure you are investing enough time with this technique, because in the end, this will pay a lot, visually speaking, or at least for my case, it always has. But as I said, as I mentioned before, it takes some time. So I'm duplicating some curves. Maybe I can duplicate even more, something like that, around the head. Okay, and I'm going to define the general shapes. So maybe also one thing that you can see is that here and there I can subdivide between those points. Right-clicking, subdividing. This will help me getting more precision, more control over the curves. And for the back side, what I want to do is approximately what I have there. I want a nice blocking with the hairs coming back. And for the strands, for the bottom, sorry, I want something like this maybe. And make sure for this process you are taking some references of haircuts that you think are looking nice, and make sure you have like a very nice flow with your strands. And of course later on we will be adding more strands that will fill the gaps. So for now it's just a matter of like starting with something. So as you can see, I'm not like defining some very nice shapes. I'm just like defining the main areas, the main curves that will define my strand. So here I know that I will have a separating line, so I'm pushing back those strands so they come into each other. I can also scale them using Alt S, so the tips, so they don't fade too much. Something like that. And it's just a matter of controlling them in a way that makes sense visually speaking. So here what I want is that I want this strand to come back behind the ear, sorry. So maybe I will like select one strand and remove one, and I will make sure that this is more cluttered on this point. So I think I've lost one subdivision there that I can add back. Something like that, yes. And I will select this strand by pressing L while being on top of it. And I think I've made a mistake by changing the handles of this one. Again, Ctrl T will help you realign the strand according to the direction you are in. Something like that. I think we can also press V and automatic which will automatically realign the handles. So this, if you have an issue with your handles, you can always do that. Again, it's right click or V, sorry, and you have, for instance, automatic or aligned. Aligned will try to align the handle with each other. And here you can see, like, I'm not very fan of that, so I can make an automatic curve, sorry, which will help me redefine the handle. And sometimes you will see that curves are quite hard to control regarding the tilt, so make sure you always have the right tilt, especially on the bottom part. That will often drive. You can see how when I'm turning this, the full curve is twisting, so I need to select the full curve and twist it back. So again, this takes some time. This takes less time than doing some particle works, some strand works, but this takes still sometimes. So make sure you make it. Make sure you have you spend the time for doing that. So maybe here I can do that, and I will also show you a nice trick soon that will enhance a lot the visual aspect of those strands. But before that, I really want to have a first pass. When I say a pass, is like a first step. If you want a first ground, the ground being laid down for this first foundation, sorry, for this this hair work. Okay, don't worry about small gaps. We will be able to fill them later on. For now, I want step by step to do that. So here I can grab an automatic curve, pressing V again. Maybe here too, automatic. Okay, so not liking this strand actually, so I'm gonna remove it. And now what I will do is I will select this curve, duplicating it, and I will maybe remove the bottom one, making a more shorter one, and Control L, and I will rotate it like that, maybe extruding a bit this underneath, pressing Alt S to scale it down. I want this to be on top, so I can scale it a little bit more. You can see how this works. And I want this to be this curve actually to be behind, so I can move it. And maybe for this curve, I want to extrude it and make it a nice, as you can see, a nice short tip, something like that. And here, I'm gonna make this curve automatic, so we have a nicer transition. Okay, so I think I've covered the back enough. Now it's just a matter of like adding the front strands. So I'm gonna select a curve, so this one maybe, or this one, or just, you know what, just a few part of the strand. So maybe I can select 1 point, Control plus multiple time, or 3 times, for instance, in this context, and I will add the strands for the back, for the front, sorry. So 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 5. What I will do for this one is I'm gonna select them, press Shift H to remove the other ones. Maybe I can remove the bottom vertices and scale the one that will arrive on the end, on the tip, and then selecting curves one by one will help me define the shapes even better. So making sure that we have some strands that are grouped together will help me define a nice haircut. And you can see how also like this one is basically following its friend, which is on the side. So this one I can make it a little bit thinner, like if they were both going together. I can also move this near the side. Maybe this one is going to be much more maybe this one is going to be much more subtle in terms of shapes, something like that. And maybe this one is going to curl down, so maybe thicker over there. Okay. From the back, I think I can also... I will have to change maybe the thickness of some curves, and we'll have to cover the back the back of the hairs a bit more later on. So don't worry about that. So this one, I think I'm gonna separate into different objects the front and the back, so it's easier to manipulate. So I'm gonna select those front parts, press P, separate them. And one way also to visualize things is to use the random color in the viewport display. So now I know I have a much easier way to watch my curves. So I'm gonna select this one, scale it down, change its thickness, maybe make sure that this goes along with the other one, and maybe scale that down toward the point. So pressing Alt S again. And I'm gonna try to make it nicer transition so I can smooth the shape. So in order to smooth the shape, you have to right click and use the smooth option there. You can also smooth the tilt, which is something I discovered quite recently in the right click menu of your curve editing. And I will make this one go maybe a bit closer to the forehead. Maybe let's bring back this a bit to the top, pressing Ctrl L to adjust for the tilt. And for this one, I'm gonna make sure it's gonna cover this part nicer, and I'm gonna make sure we have a nice thickness, which is not the case. I'm gonna press Alt S there. And I'm gonna move it close to the inside. And what I want is, I don't know the term in English, but I want a gradual set of curves for the front there. So Alt D, Alt D again, Alt D, and Alt D for the final one. And what I want is the same style of strand that we had there. I want them to be as a block. Okay. So I'm gonna do that quite fast. Twisting, scaling them, Alt S again. Maybe here, because it's going to be a transition, maybe this can be not following the rest. Maybe this can even follow the purple one that we have on the other side. So let's twist it, and let's do something like that. And the only issue I have with those curves is, so let me select them, press Shift H to Alt H, Shift H, sorry, to separate them. I'm gonna divide them. Subdivide them there because I want this to be higher and create a nice bump. Okay, so I want a really nice curve over there to introduce more volume. Okay, so pressing Alt H, I will make everything come back. And I'm not a huge fan of this side for now, so I'm gonna make that go down. And from the back curve, I think I'm missing a little bit some vertices, so I'm gonna select the center, press Ctrl plus, and add an intermediary point there, and just one cut. It's going to be alright, I think. And I'm gonna help the volume to be more defined on the top there. So you can twist that to add more coverage. Scaling that to maybe twisting it. Sometimes hard again to pick the right curve. So again, a good way is to separate that into a different mesh, but for now it's okay, I think. I'm gonna use the proportional editing also to help define the thing as a block, as a whole. Okay, so let's think about like having like the nice volume and the nice silhouette for this, for those hairs. Here I know that I want like this to be covering the ear, so I can do something in this way. Okay, so I think I'm getting something interesting. I still need a lot of work, of course, a lot of coverage there. So I'm gonna duplicate this strand, make it rounder, and maybe disconnect it from the other ones. Something like that. And you know what? I'm gonna press Ctrl plus and subdivide it maybe twice. And so I can make it a bit disconnected from the rest, something like that. Creates a nice hole in the center, and create Ctrl L, sorry, to select it. And maybe I can change the scale of this one. Move it maybe down closer to the head. And maybe we can see it poking through to the other side. There. So Ctrl L again. Maybe I can, in order to select it, can scale it a little bit. I don't think it's this one. It's going to this point. Okay. So it's a bit too flat. So let me press Ctrl H to, or Shift H, sorry, to hide only this one. Maybe for this one I'm gonna press V and automatic, so I can get back my handles in a more homogeneous way. I'm gonna make a nicer tip. I don't know why this one is very important there in terms of size, but in any case I can do that. I'm gonna think about the front a bit more. Alt S there. I really like the coverage there, and maybe you know what, I'm gonna turn it even to a pointier shape there. So pressing Ctrl L to readjust my tilt. Okay, so we're getting closer to something that I think can work nicely. So now let's add some strand for the back below the rest of the head. So to do that, I'm gonna select one curve. So for instance, this one, duplicate it, and press P, separate it in another object, and I'm gonna remove the back from the view. And I'm gonna press, and I'm gonna align this curve with the back, maybe removing a bit, removing one vertex, and pressing Shift Tab, I can snap now my my curve directly to the head, and pressing Ctrl T to turn it. And this is exactly the thing that I need for this part, is basically to have a basic coverage of the back of the neck. So here I can duplicate it, turn it, duplicate it, turn it, duplicate it, turn it, and basically have this layer of hairs for the bottom. I can also maybe scale Alt S this bottom layer, and also I need to make sure that this tilts accordingly for the back. So pressing L to select one strand, let's turn it, Ctrl T to make sure it adapts correctly, or the turning is okay. Again, Ctrl T, rotate it to the right location. Okay, make sure the snapping works well. Maybe I can try to V automatic to make all the curves automatic, and Ctrl T again for this one. Maybe this is the last one. Okay, so press L, select L to make sure we have something that works. So here you can see, we can see the strands below, but of course this isn't so nice. So okay, let me make sure that this is not in the view, the sculpt. Okay, I need to press Alt S again for the bottom one, and also from the side now I can extrude that and press and make sure that I'm not in snapping. Shift Tab. You can extrude that and Alt S like that. And maybe what I can do is right click and use the random. Oh, apparently there is no randomization. So in any case, I can randomize those points myself. So extruding like nice tips and scaling them down close to a 0 scale for the end. Making sure they go in, out, making sure that basically everything there is messy. Don't worry about the tilts, we're gonna work with them, or at least control them later on. Okay, so let's fix the twists. Ctrl T, select L, Ctrl T, L, Ctrl T, again L and Ctrl T. So we have a curve there that I can fix closer to that can scale closer. L, Ctrl T, L, Ctrl T. Again, we don't care that much about those trends. They're going to be very subtle and not very present in the hair, in the hairs. Alt H, but they create still some volumes that are quite interesting, as you can see. So let's remove the visibility of the sculpt. Okay, I need to cover way better this part, or push back this toward the center. I'm not a huge fan of this pointy strand, so I'm gonna remove it. And I'm gonna scale this to the minimum level. And I'm not a huge fan of this, so I'm gonna scale that. Maybe I'm gonna scale everything for the back there and move it toward the center. Yeah, I prefer that much better. I think it's much better. So now what we can do is we can go to this one and maybe select, the bottom strands. We can duplicate them, press P to separate them in another object, and we can make sure that they are inside. And we are going to select the head, and we are going to adapt those curves add some randomness in those curves. Again, this is to help with the coverage of the curve, of the hair, the back of the ear. But mainly the thing you need to remember when dealing with hairs is that you have a global strands, or like global flow for the strands, and you should have directions basically that are very clear, and they should look as one unified, not one, but as one or two unified volumes. Okay. So here we're getting close to something that I like. We're still missing a little bit of nice volume there, or at least it's taking too much space. I think we can make that closer to the head for the silhouette. Yeah, this looks nicer. I don't like this either to poke through. I don't want this. I think it's this. Yeah, it's this string. So let's move it back to the center. And you know what? There is one thing that we can do too, is we can extrude some strands in the center of those big strands coming out. So for instance, like this. You can extrude one there. And this adds a bit of variety in the mix. I'm gonna press L to separate it, and press P and maybe scale it a little bit. I'm gonna scale the tip down like this and try to make a nice subtle curve. You can see it's much more subtle, but if we are able to repeat that in some parts, we'll have a nice definition for the hairs. But again, they should follow the general structure of the hairs. Make sure it's the case. They are just, you know, the small strands that are breaking a little bit the volume that gives some interests in the full design, like we've done basically for the back. So let's add one maybe on the other side. You can see how I will have to rework a little bit from the top view the balance of the hairs, because I think I've lost volumes. I think I've lost a little bit of volume on the outer part for this. We can see it already. So to do that, I'm going to select every piece of hairs. So this. Can I hide? Okay, so I'm going to select this, press Shift G, type. So I select the same type, I deselect the bevel, like the profile, so I can select everything. And I'm gonna like select a piece there, and I'm gonna, using the proportional editing, I'm gonna try to gain back some volume. So the issue when you're multi-editing is that you need to select the things that you want to move, so they are not colliding with each other. Okay, so let's select this one. I think I can have a much nicer end for this strand that maybe goes inside. Let's scale it even more to twist it even more. I'll make it, you know, go directly toward the center. You think this could be better? Maybe for this front coverage, maybe what I can do is define a nicer arch. Let me try to sculpt a little bit those areas like that. Just nicer, I think. I can go back to material to see like how this could look like without the work of without the random part. And here from the front, you can see I'm clearly missing some piece, some geometry, some curves. Sorry. So I will be adding them back. So here, maybe starting from this one, sorry. I can do that. Let's look at how it works. I think it works well. Here, maybe I need to scale it down a little bit more. And I think I really clearly need some bigger strands on the side. And I don't like, of course, tip that ends like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scale them a lot. Basically all the tips that I can find, I want to scale them. And I think, so we had like we had the coverage for the back there, but maybe we need to add more. So let's duplicate one curve. Let's make it as a block. So maybe duplicate there. Control L, Control T to twist it. Same thing there, maybe I need to duplicate this curve, Control T, turn it. Maybe I need to make sure that those form a group. So Alt H, hide the sculpt. Okay, I think it's getting closer to what I need. So from the front, I still need more volume on the side. So I will select different groups, and I will, using the proportional editing, I will move that and basically sculpt that. I can also select everything and press Alt S to scale all my curves a little bit more. I know they will collide more, but I think this will give us a much better looking piece. So I can do maybe this. Press Ctrl L and rotate this curve. I don't know why it doesn't work well. Something like that seems to start looking nice. Okay, it's, as you can see, it's work. You cannot have like something working right away. You have to spend the time and effort to find those shapes. Yes. Yeah, I don't like this, so I'm gonna scale it a little bit. And from the center, like all those strands, I think should be maybe bigger. The only issue I have is that I don't want them to finish like that. So maybe I'm selecting this and scaling them as a group will help. Or not. Here maybe I can select everything and smooth everything, basically right click and smooth. Maybe this will help. Maybe let's add one final end to this piece. And let's hide this and let's try to remove the hard cut that we have there. Smoothing maybe the things a little bit more. Pressing Alt-H, hiding the sculpt. So yes, I think we start to have something that looks interesting, and now I'm going to show you the tricks that I was mentioning. So the first thing I want you to do first is to maybe play a bit with this volume. So I'm going to make sure that maybe the center of this loop is maybe, as you can see, more defined, like that, which I like much more. The other side too, just in case we have a wrong tilt. And then the other thing that I want to do is I want to press Ctrl and add some and extrude some points there. If I press L and I go right click and I remove the cyclic aspect, or I can press Alt C apparently too, you can see how I can add more variety, floating small strengths basically on top of everything. This will give much more volume to the hair, and this will create a nice effect, okay, as you can see. It's total fake, of course, I know, but this helps the strands to look nicer. So L, maybe making them closer to the big strand, something like that. As you can see, this creates like a much more interesting variety for the strands. Okay, like if we had a definition for the hairs. Okay, for each strand. Sorry. So, of course, the only wrong thing with this technique is that this creates some pretty harsh collisions with the different strands. So we have to make sure then we do another pass, another round with them to see if they look nice. So I could spend a very long time actually working with those kind of strands. I think I need to here. I'm gonna duplicate one vertex of the curve. I'm gonna add like the sideburns. Something like that, very subtle. Maybe even like more short. This will maybe be more interesting, and I will duplicate them. Doing this one to make it, as you can see, as a group. And then I will duplicate it. Oh, I don't have to duplicate it to the other side because we are not going to see it, as you can see. So, making sure from every aspect I got the right curves, the curves actually that I want. So here I'm gonna subdivide, right click, subdivide, because from this point I want to have like a nice curve shape. So make sure that this is maybe a little bit flatter from this side. I really want a big volume on the outside here to see this big volume there. like if gravity was like putting all the strands together, inflated together there. So maybe I can even scale even more my points there and make maybe groups that are much more visible. Okay, I'm gonna turn this curve a little bit down too. As you can see, this curve looks more flat on the top, which is quite interesting, visually speaking, I think. So I think we're getting there piece by piece. Like it's taking time. Again, this is quite a hard work, but it will pay in the end. It's again, as I said, it's way easier to do that than the strand, the hair strands with particles. But it still requires a lot of attention to detail here and there, like making sure like everything looks great from every point of view, adding the right amount of details where you should have some, and making sure you're not giving too much information to the viewer, to some part that you don't want the eyes to be looking at. So yeah, it's just a matter of like duplicating some curves, testing things. Here, for instance, I don't like I'm not a big fan of how those two strands collide. So this one. So one thing that I can do is maybe I can maybe select this one, Control L, and maybe cover the transition, and I can scale the transition on the top there, and maybe reverse. Press Control T to also make sure I got the right curve. Maybe I can smooth this full curve so I can have an easier way to start something. Yeah, this looks interesting because this goes out. This breaks a little bit the shape, but maybe it's too much. Okay, from this point of view, I don't like it. So I'm gonna try to reverse it. And there is a thing also that you can do with those curves. If you want, for instance, to have like something that curls around, you can do it. So, for instance, like let's say that I want to curl this loop. I can press Ctrl T multiple times, and you can see I can start to curl this loop. You can do that with, for instance, every pieces in the front, or just one or two, something like that. For instance, this one is a pretty good candidate, I think. You can see, but for that you need more definition for your curves. So here, I think it's the resolution will be probably the resolution will be this, or maybe the resolution is for this curve. Let me check. Let's undo until we don't have the twist anymore. Maybe I will just do it for the end, for the twist of the end. Maybe here I can do it too. No, I don't like that. In fact, you know what? Let's do a very subtle twist there. Subtle twist there. There too. Make sure that this follows the rest. maybe this curve that I really like because it defines a nice curve flowing down, flowing back to the ear. I can change it a little bit, and I like this one being a bit more more big, and maybe I can Control plus or just deselect this one, and I can subdivide there to have this new vertex. Maybe create a break. Maybe this one can be on automatic, so I press V, making it on automatic, and I can rotate this to have a better coverage for this piece. And I think this is much more interesting visually speaking, even though this goes too much into the ear, so we can move it up a little bit and scale it down. Also, I think we're getting something quite nice there. So what I want to do for now is I want to do a quick break from the modeling part for the hairs, and I want to add I want to do without textures for now. I want to do a very quick shader work, just to have a better idea of where this whole piece goes. This is quite easy to do, don't worry. I'm not going to do very super heavy shadering stuff, but for now, what I want to do is I want to go in the shading tab. I just want to hide the blueprint, and I want to select the head, and I want here to define for the skin color. I want to have a basic skin color, but I'm gonna desaturate it, make it darker, and then I'm gonna enable subsurface scattering, making it way saturated, and I'm gonna increase the subsurface scattering. So basically this is gonna merge with the desaturated color that we have there, and this is going to compensate. Okay, so don't worry about the texturing, we're gonna do it later on. And then I'm gonna select this eyebrow section, making it a darker color, maybe lowering, having a more important roughness. This already looks much better. I think I'm gonna go close to the iris, adding one cut there that I can, for now, assign to the dark of the iris, of the pupil, sorry, of the black color of the pupil, and then I can define another color. So if you want to make your character another color, you can, and we are going to import in a few moments. We're going to import an eye that comes from an add-on that is super cool, called AutoEye Pro. And if you want, you don't have to buy this add-on, but you can still create your own eye like we've done. I'm gonna press Ctrl+Shift+S and add a new iteration on my mesh. And here for the hairs, I'm gonna try to, so I'm gonna call them hairs. And I'm gonna try to create a gradient for them. So I'm gonna first remove the principal BSDF, and I'm gonna as an input, sorry, not as an input, but I'm gonna use a gradient. So I'm gonna press Shift A and find a gradient texture. And just I want to see the gradient for these hairs. So you can see that we are not having the gradient in the right direction, but before doing that, I'm going to use the texture node, texture coordinates node, and I'm gonna, I think it's in the generate that I can get the gradient, so apparently not, probably with the UVs. I think with the UVs it's gonna be okay. For the curves, they should be they should be UV mapped. Here they use UV mapping usually. So I think this is going to be fine. And what we're gonna try to, I think we're gonna switch the order of the UVs actually. Let me press tab and enter in the here to see what options do I have for my UVs. So by default I think that I think that the gradient is going in the same direction, as you can see, but it depends of course on the length of the curve. So for now what we're going to try to do is use a color ramp, place it after the gradient, and as you can see we can control the gradient along the curve. So we're gonna switch the color to something maybe brown for now, with a bit of orange in the center for the tips. Let's do something like that. Let's add a nice color transition, maybe with a little bit of yellow toward the end. Let's make a nicer shape there, nicer gradient there, with a bit of color variation, as you can see. Okay, and now we can Shift A, add BSDF, principal BSDF that is plugged to the base, which makes a nice render. And we are going to maybe make the specular higher, and for the specular I think I'm going to use the specular color, specular tint, like that. So this will create a nicer reflection, because this is going to be picking the colors. And what we can try to do is to use the sheen, which would basically add some Fresnel, a little bit Fresnel on the side, as you can see, especially on the side there. If I remove the sheen or not, you can see this is nice. Anisotropic plus the rotation can be a thing, but we need a little bit of metallicness to add on top of that. And anisotropic doesn't work that much. We don't have any lighting, so we cannot do the best test, but I don't want too much metallicness, maybe a little bit, even though this does not make sense, a lot of sense, sorry. And then I'm gonna select all the curves. Simply I can do that by pressing Shift G, because I know that I can select the same type of object, and then selecting the material of the curve, I can link the material, and you can see this works. Not the head, sorry. Link the material, and then we have the same. We have the colors for all the ears. Okay. Maybe I can improve a little bit the roughness, like that. And let's go in Eevee, and let's try to. So I'm gonna add a light. That is going to be for now a sunlight. That I'm gonna rotate like this. I'm gonna go in Eevee, and I'm gonna crank it up to maybe 5. And we're gonna make a simple 3-point lighting. So this is going to be my key light. This is going to be my field light, which will be an area light, maybe 2000 watts will do the trick for now. That I'm going to rotate this light like this, making the fill light. Maybe for the fill light I will be in the purplish tint. Maybe this was too much. You know what? I'm gonna times it by 0.5, so it's way less. And then I'm gonna make a backlight. So the backlight will be an area light also. and it will be this time times 10, and I really want to catch this backlight like that, and this is going to be maybe a turquoise bluish tinted light. Something like this will probably do the trick. And one thing that I want for this character, maybe for the hairs, you know, I know it's not very logical, but maybe I'm gonna add a little bit of subsurface scattering just to test what it looks like, and maybe adding the same color for the hairs. This will, you can see this makes the hairs a little bit more soft. I'm gonna remove the metallic aspect, which makes not that much sense. And also, you know what? It looks nice without too much specular too. So maybe we can push the roughness a bit more. Yeah, maybe something like that will suit me better. So let's go back and work a little bit more on the skin color. So I'm gonna make it more reddish, maybe a bit more specular, subsurface scattering, sorry. And maybe I'm gonna the specular tint is going to be full also, and maybe I will tone down a little bit the roughness like that. Okay. And one thing that I usually do is also I set up a HDR. So I go to the world. I will plug an HDR by simply using an environment texture, plugging it like this, and I usually go to HDR addon. So I'm gonna open an HDR from there. So the one that I'm using is called veranda.hdr that I found there. And then in order to have a solid background, I'm gonna duplicate the node, and I'm gonna make a mix shader node, and I'm gonna filter using the light pass node the camera ray like that. And here what I have is the color of the background that I want. So let's make it dark gray for now. And here, this is basically the strength of the HDR, so I can tone it down to maybe 0.5, and I will correct my lighting because I think it's too much there. So maybe this is going to be only 500. Maybe this is going to be 5000. Maybe I can reduce the key light to 4. Even reduce a bit more the HDR. I can press Shift in order to lower the speed of my mouse, and maybe this now can come back to 800 a little bit to feel a little bit more the zone. And as I said previously, I want now to I'm gonna apply some effects too, so maybe ambient occlusion will be a thing. For this light I can also go and add the contact shadows. As you can see, this will bring a lot more detail for the hairs. Maybe also for the backlight I can do that. So basically it's all the shadows that are very that are the contact shadows, meaning that when two objects collides, it's going to add the contact. I'm gonna bring down here using the proportional editing. I'm gonna bring down a little bit the eyebrows. I think it looks much nicer like this. And also what I can do is I can go back in the Eevee settings, and I will be maybe adding, so ambient occlusion is a thing. As you can see, it works pretty well with the hair strands there. But I can also go and in the performances use the high quality normals, and this will help a lot. And also for the shadows, I'm going to use high bit depth, and I'm going to crank up the cascade to a higher texture quality, and I think this is going to be fine for now. So the next thing I want to do is to bring some eyes. So the add-on that I'm gonna use is called AutoEye. You can find it on the by Lucas Falchao. I hope I pronounced it right. And you can find it on the Blender market. But if you don't want, you can also create your own eyes using this simple ball. So in order to make the eyes appear, what I'm gonna do is because I have already a good eye placements over there, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna simply put my 3D cursor on this loop, so Shift S and go down, and I'm gonna press Shift A and bring an auto eye like this, and this eye I'm gonna press I'm gonna select everything there and press Shift S, selection to cursor, and I'm gonna scale this eye so it matches with the rest. So you can see I have a lot of things to unhide. So basically I can unhide this collection, but maybe I'm gonna select the blueprint and move them to a collection called BP and hide this collection. I'm gonna hide this Sculpt collection too, and now I have everything back. And I'm gonna select the auto eye, but you cannot only select the eye because you have to select all the collection. So pressing Shift G, you can select pressing Shift G, you can select the immediate children if you want. Pressing Ctrl Plus, you can also expand your selection. And then I'm gonna scale everything. And then when I'm going to go in Eevee, you will see that the eye, when all the shader will be compiling, that you should have a pretty nice eye. But it's not nice for now because I need to check some settings. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna select the cornea, and I'm gonna, using this add-on, I'm going in the layer settings. So I can also go in the world settings there and switch it to object. I don't know, it's yeah, it was a bit laggy, and I can select this the settings in the options there, and I can say it's already been set up, so that's perfect. And then I can go in Eevee here and check screen space reflection and enable the refraction, and you will be able to see the nice refraction for this eye. So now we're going to change a lot of settings regarding this eye to match Disney style eye. So let's do that. So it's pretty easy to do. You have to select the mesh that contains the cornea, not the cornea but the iris, sorry. And here in this settings for the shape keys, as you can see, we have tons of options. But if we press, I think it's if we press N, if I'm not wrong, we should have. So apparently it's not there, but the values are actually using a driver, which is quite strange. It shouldn't. So okay, no, they're located in this. Okay, so one way to tweak this eye, as you can see, I can make the pupil a little bit bigger. Not actually the pupil, but the iris, sorry. Which I think is better. Okay, then I'm gonna make the iris, not the iris smaller. So I think I'm gonna keep it like that. But the pupil is for sure going to be bigger. Okay, the cornea curvature can be a bit less. So something like that will work much better. I don't want cat height, and this is the size of the sclera, which is the white part of the eye. So now that we have this, I can work on the shader for the cornea. Here we have the sclera, which is the white of the eyes. I'm gonna bring back the redness a little bit. like that, and I'm gonna lower down the imperfection to the minimum. I don't want veins to be appearing so much, so I'm gonna make them very subtle. Okay, so maybe now I can bring back a bit more the color of the white. For the sclera, make sure you don't use Flux or a tool like this, or in order to pick your colors, because this affects greatly your color picking. And I think like this it's okay. I don't want veins. I don't want the roughness of the to tweak that. So this shadow is a fake shadow. I think for the outside there. I'm going to leave it like that. And now I'm going to select the inner part, and I'm going to tweak the eyes. So the fibers, as you can see, they are for the inner part, which for now works for me like this. So I'm gonna play a bit along with the options there that I have until I found I don't recall exactly yes, it's this that I want to have much more details there. I'm gonna tweak the shapes, the crypt shape, apparently it's called. Make more randomness there. So the pupillary opacity, it's the thing that defines the outer shapes of the pupil. I'm gonna make it fade a little bit. The dark ring opacity, it's the outside, and this I want it to be quite defined. So let's bring it a bit closer like this. As you can see, works well, I think. I don't want the fake shadow to be too important, and I'm gonna move it a little bit higher, like that. The pupil hardness is going to be pretty well defined. And I think then you have the hue, which is basically a slider that enables you to control the full thing at once, which is quite nice. And I'm gonna saturate the eye a little bit more, crank up the value a little bit. And I don't like the purple for the dark ring, so I'm gonna make it darker. And don't like the blue that I've picked actually, so I'm gonna come back to 0. Or I think, like, I don't recall the original value, but it was more like this. And I'm gonna switch the colors directly here. So fiber 1 will be, let's make blue eyes. So I'm gonna basically Control and C all the things, Control C and on all the colors, and then I'm gonna tweak them. So this one is going to be more towards the blue. This is going to be more dark. Color rates, maybe more green, a bit darker. Pupillary, oh yes, it's the outside of the pupils of the eye of the pupils. I'm gonna make it darker like this, and the dark ring is going to be even darker. So now I can tweak again back the size of the outer ring. Something like that, and then back down I can maybe crank up the value, lower down the saturation a little bit, and try another hue. I think the hue was quite nice like this. This is the distortion of the fading outside the pupil, which I don't want. Okay, I'm gonna try to work a little bit with those shapes until I get something that I like. Maybe it was too much there, so let's go back with that. Let's check the contrast, the fiber contrast. Let's take the fiber distortion too. Maybe I can reduce the scale a little bit of my fibers. And let's go with a nicer blue color for this first pick of fibers, and maybe a purple one that is a bit darker for the rest. I think this is an eye that would fit well with my design. And what I think is that I may be able to have a more interesting lighting with more lighting for the sun, which is the key light, and I can also tweak its color a little bit. And now what I'm gonna do is basically select all the children with this, Control plus to make sure I have this eye, and then what I can do is I can simply press Alt D to duplicate it and make sure it goes to the other side. So it's quite weird, the fact that okay, so sorry, Alt D, and I'm gonna go in the location. While not being in the preferences, you need to remember the emulate 3-button mouse there, and this allows me to press Alt and click on the axis I want to do in order to multi-move, if you want, the objects. I'm putting a 1 and it's going there. I don't know why it's going so far. So for now what I'm gonna do is just move them to the other side approximatively by hand, something like that, so which I think works quite nice. So you can see how we achieved with this add-on something quite nice looking regarding the eyes. The thing that I will want to do when we'll do the final few adjustments is I'm sure I want to have like a small facial expression, so that's what we're gonna do later on. But before doing that, I want to texture this this head very quickly, because I don't want to spend too much time doing that. It's more a modeling tutorial rather than a rendering tutorial or texturing tutorial. But I think this will help us reach a much nicer final result for this tutorial. So let's take another break and let's do that right now. Okay, so now we are going to texture the character, but before doing that we need to unwrap the UV. So I'm going to go in the UV editing tab and switch in edge mode by pressing the 2 key, and we are going to place correct UVs for this head. So I know that from the back I will need to have a seam, so the first thing I need to display back is the shortcuts, and as you can see I'm pressing Control in order to select the shortest path. And what usually is done is we have this sort of T in front, and then I press Control E in order to mark the seam, which is pretty standard, a standard thing. Then I'm going to select the outer edge there. Let me just undisplay the view for the subdivision surface, and then mark the seam for the border of the edge. And for this ear, I will probably cut it also in the back. So I think I'm gonna do something like that, going down to probably to there. And yes, I think I'm gonna split it in two to have more details for the front actually of the ear. So we're gonna watch what this island will do, but maybe we're gonna change it later on. Don't worry about that for now. The nose is going to spread pretty well, I think, and then maybe what we can do is, of course, for the bottom we can here add some edges. So I'm gonna select this one as the active one. You see it's brighter, and for this one I think actually, you know what, for the front I think it's going to be fine. So let's test it out. I'm gonna apply the mirror modifier in object mode, select all my mesh, press U, unwrap, and I think that I have a pretty decent unwrap with that. The thing I can do is press N in order to go to the view and display the, not the view, actually it's there, display the stretching. So the stretching is basically like when it's blue, it means that it's all in good, and when it's not blue, it means that it's quite bad. So we can see we have a bit of stretch over there, but it's still a good UV unwrap for what we're going to do in any case, because we're going to UV to do some texture paint. Okay, so again I can unwrap once more, because when unwrapping you have an option that enables you to have a bit of margin between the UVs, and I want that, so I'm gonna add some margin, as you can see, and then I can rotate my full UV set so it's in the front like that. So I've applied the mirror modifier after, as you've noticed, because I really wanted to have to do only one side of the seams, and as you can see, when I apply the mirror modifier, the seams are being applied to the other side. Okay, so now that I have this, I can start my texture work by going in texture paint. We're not going to do a very advanced thing, but we're going to do something nice enough. So I'm going to press slash to hide the rest for now, and then I'm going to in the texture on the top, I'm going to generate a new one like this. Not there actually. Yeah, in any case I can open it. I can create a new one. I don't know why I don't have access to. Oh, it's in texture slot, sorry. So if you want to move in the header using the tablet shortcuts, you can press the Alt key in order to do that, and then here I can add a base color, which is exactly what I want, and the size of this texture will be 2K, which will be good enough for what we have, what we want. And then I'm gonna make it more toward the beige color, something like that, and I'm gonna press OK. And as you can see, it's already being set up for me in the background. So if I'm looking at the skin modifier, the skin texture, it's already selected and plugged into the base color, as you can see. So now let's go back in the texture paint view, and we are going to color this. So I'm going to go out of perspective to do that, and I'm going to right click. Usually I right click to paint the colors. So I'm going to pick a very important red, and I don't know why I cannot paint right now, so let me check what I've done wrong. Apparently it's not painting on the face right now. I don't know why, so let's find the solution. Yeah, the issue I have is that I've created this texture, which is the alpha, so I need to remove it because, of course, this wouldn't work with such an alpha. So let's press 5 again, and press Shift F to lower down the thing. But you can see that already I've made a mistake. I'm not painting in symmetrically, so I'm going to press N, go to the tool, or you can go here in the brush settings too, and you can go in. I think it's not advanced, it's symmetry, and you can mirror on the x-axis, which will do a better job. So as you can see, the first thing I'm doing is like usually I like to do is I like to paint the eyes to paint very broad first. So as you can see, I'm painting very broad zone. So here I'm painting the mouth like that. I can even go in 2D in order to do that, and you can see that I'm doing a first pass. I know it's not very nicely looking, but don't worry, we're going to tone that down later on. And I can press S at any point in order to paint back, to pick back the color of the head. As you can see, S is the key. So if I press S, I'm going to pick the sample, basically the color that is below the cursor. And for the ears, actually what I want to do is like paint them in 2D, so there is no symmetry in this view, unfortunately, but this will work, I think, like that. We have nothing, we don't have that much things to paint, that much thing to paint. And now what I want to do is to maybe go in the material view, and I want now to select, reduce a little bit the opacity, and I want to blend basically my colors. As you can see, this is going to work better. So basically what I've done is I've added more red on the mouth and more red also on the nose, because this is where the vast majority of blood is going to reveal itself, because the skin is quite thin over there. And you can see I can bring back a little bit of that also, but I need to be for now very subtle and tone everything back. Okay, so the idea is to first be very broad and very not subtle at all, and then tone that back down and to make the transitions between the different parts of the face. I can add a little bit of red around the cheeks and create a nice blending like that. And one thing that I will do also for sure is I will have to extrude the lips later on, so I will do that later on. But one thing that I want to do is to make some ambient occlusion by myself. So I'm gonna tone down this red maybe darker, like this. By right-clicking I can access the color. And I'm gonna paint the nostrils darker. Okay. And I'm gonna paint maybe the back of the eye darker too. And you can see it's more subtle in the 3D view than in the texture. It's because also in the shading, when you look at it, we didn't plug that to the subsurface color. So if I plug that to the subsurface color, you'll see it's much more visible, and this is what we're gonna do. So let's go back into texture painting. You can see now it's less subtle. Okay, so let's do that for the fake ambient occlusion. Maybe I can lower down the opacity for this part, and again I'm gonna tone down the things around the corner, but I still want to make a nice looking ambient occlusion for the top of the ear. And by sampling again the red and the beige, I can tone that a little bit down. As you can see, I'm slightly bringing back the things. Okay, so the nose is too much red, so I'm picking the beige and I'm going to tone that back. The nostrils, you can bring them back a little bit and blend maybe even more with the rest. Maybe for the side of the nostrils I can add a little bit of ambient occlusion like this. So simply I push dark colors and then I blend to the outside of my edge, as you can see, very slightly like that. I can tone that back. Let's bring a bit more red to the top of the nose and tone that back also a little bit. So it depends on how many red you want on this. So for sure the ears are freezing, by the way, right now, so I'm going to bring back some of the beige color. And yeah, sometimes you will paint polygons in a wrong way like that, so you will have to come back and smoothly make sure everything is round and nice. And again, I probably for this work I wouldn't use Blender, I will use Substance Painter, but because I wanted to make a very quick texture, not spending too much time on this part, just to make a nice looking render, I can do that like this. Okay, so removing a little bit the redness of the ear. I can pick the brown color of the ambient occlusion, and in the ear I can add back a little bit some darkness in the and in the crease also. You can see it's like painting the ear basically. And again blending it down, something like that. And then for the back I'm gonna remove like the artifacts that I've put. A faster way to do that is to simply go here in the texture and do that there. Oops, sorry. Large brush are not very efficient in Blender right now, so make sure it's not going to affect your brush. So if I'm picking this color, apparently it's switching for another one, so I don't know why, but I'm gonna paint back this. And maybe here I can paint very subtly the cheeks a little bit back. So let me pick a red color, a bit more saturated, and let's lower down the opacity and bring more red color to this part. And then I'm gonna pick, for the lips it's not ideal either. Then I'm gonna pick back the ambient occlusion in order to mark down the chin and blend it a little bit. Maybe I can also here mark down the top of the nose, the bottom of the nose, sorry. And this is maybe too much, so let me bring it back. And one of the things that I can do now is to, maybe I can tweak it on the texture directly. The only thing is that we don't have symmetry on this 2D texture, so I have to do things by hand. And there for the eye, maybe I can, blend it directly like this. And one thing that I can do is also a right click, and now I can pick a more yellowish color. I can very tone down this, and I can bring yellowish tint for the forehead, and same for the chin and for the jawline, where basically there will be more bony parts, and same for the nose. Okay, and then I can bring a violet color and do a little bit of the same thing for the forehead, little bit for the chin area and the jaw also. This will bring color variation to the skin tone, and you see it brings a little bit of the veins aspect, which makes an interesting visual. Can do that a little bit for the neck too, bringing also a little bit of yellow and bringing back some red for the bottom, something like that. So this is a pretty simple texture. I'm gonna press slash to make everything come back, and I'm gonna use some makeup, so very dark purple, and I'm gonna paint the outer edge. So let's make it more important in terms of strength, and let's do that. You can see how this will help us define even better the outside of the eye. So I'm gonna do that. Something like that. So let me go back on the 2D texture this time. Let's try to blend it. Okay, but again, it should be symmetrical. You can see we don't have the highest resolution ever there, but it's going to be fine enough, I think. I'm not a huge fan of the lips right now, so I'm gonna probably paint them using a nicer color. But before doing that, I'm gonna press Alt S and this window to basically save my texture. Okay, I'm gonna save it. So otherwise, I'm gonna be pretty sad when Blender crashes and don't give me back my my texture. So I'm gonna define in a very harsh way the contour of the lips with a purple color, and I think I'm gonna enable the object mode, the display wire to do that. And let's go back in texture paint and maybe with the material again, and I'm gonna make sure I can paint my lips like that. So I'm gonna zoom there. I'm gonna paint my lips with this purple color. And so it's much better integrated. I can now remove the wire and I can try to blend it a little bit. So you have to lower the strength. And to try to make it a bit more subtle, adding back the shadow below. And after that I can pick a beige and just tone it down back a little bit, so it's more subtle like this. You know what? You can blend it even more. And we'll add after we will add you can also add some striation like this, in a very subtle way. Then I can blend them back. But after that, we will add a specular map that will help us. And define more specular, of course, here. And the thing that I can do here is in the 2D, so press Alt S again to save the texture. But I can put the ambient occlusion for the center of the line. If we see it's there. This will help the design of the lips, and I hope I didn't went through the mesh, so I think it's okay like that. So let's look in Eevee what we've done right now. You can see it's working quite nicely. Let's go back with the material preview, and I want also to add here a more darker zone so it emphasizes the shadow of the lips, of the corner of the lips, and maybe tone them back down a little bit. Okay. So now maybe to help the cranium work a little bit better, we can draw using a dark color. So let's pick a darker color. Yeah, this one. I'm gonna try to define the scalp, which will help filling the gaps basically for the hairs. You can see we have a pretty good here definition for the where the hairs will be. So something like that. Let's bring back the rest to see if it works. I think it will work quite nicely. And again, this is floating in front, so I think this will work for now. Okay, so now let's, on top of that, we're gonna add different maps. So I'm gonna save this map and I'm gonna make a new one. This is going to be, sorry, this is going to be a specular map. So I'm gonna press slash to make it alone, to isolate this the face, and I'm gonna go with texture slot, and this time I'm gonna do a specular map, and this one is going to be a 124. It's going to be much fine. And as you can see, it's by default it's a grayish tint, meaning like 0.5 for everything. If I go very white with this color, I need to remove the saturation. You can see how the lips now are starting to get brighter. Exactly what I want. I'm gonna do the same thing for the nose to make it shine. If we go to Eevee and press slash to see exactly what we are doing, you can see how the nose is shining, but not the rest. The rest not shining too much. I can maybe add a little bit of specular for the cheeks. And then what I will do is I will go in the 2D part and I will, or you know what, I'm going to stay in solid view and I'm going to try to blend everything with a more interesting brush. So I can add maybe a bit of specular over there. Maybe I can add a bit of specular on the forehead, because you will have some highlights usually in faces there. And this is basically adding some of the shininess of the lips back, and of the nose too, and the cheeks. I want to, usually you spend much more time creating nice gradients of shapes. Here again, I want to do that pretty fast because I know it's a pretty long tutorial. Let's do that with the bottom of the ear too, a little bit of all the ear of the ear. And I think that we have here a pretty nice spec map. Let's go with the render. You can see how this works quite nicely, and we are done. And the last map that we're gonna do is the subsurface scattering mask. So for this one, I'm gonna stay in. So I'm gonna save this map first, Alt S, and save it. And I'm also gonna go with in the texture painting mode. I'm gonna add a new texture slot, which will be. We don't have it right there, so I'm gonna reuse another specular, and I'm gonna call it Skin SSS. Press OK. And in the shading, the Skin SSS, I'm gonna plug it in the SSS factor. And this is going to be Skin SSS. And now so SSS is basically this subsurface scattering. And now what I want to do is maybe the texture was I need to make it maybe darker. So one way to do that is to pick the bucket and to press multiple times. Actually, I don't know why it's not filled to the lower. Should be filled to the lowest section. Yeah, so something like that. And then I'm gonna paint white, or close to the white, to the nose, a little bit to the side, and depends on where you want subsurface scattering. I know I want a lot around the eyes, so I'm gonna paint the eyes mainly white. I think this is quite an important map. I think I want mainly white around the nose area. Something like that for the subsurface scattering. The eyes, it's pretty obvious. Maybe a little bit for the chin. And for sure, absolutely for sure, for the ears. So now we should have, so I can press Ctrl 2, not on the curves actually, I'm sorry. Let's remove the subdivision surface for the curves, but for the head I can bring it back, and you can see how we have a nice texture for the head, which brings so much nice contrast in our character. And the last thing that we can do is it's not the last thing, but before that I'm gonna save the SSS, the skin SSS map. And also one of the last thing that we can do is we can go in the texture view and we can add a new texture in the texture slot, which will be a base color. This one is going to be pure white actually. And what we're gonna do is press OK, and we're gonna pick a brownish color, and we're going to create small dots for the skin imperfections. So in order to do that, we're gonna combine, we're gonna use this texture and multiply it. So mix RGB, we're gonna plug it on top, and we're gonna plug this back to this one, and we are going to multiply it with the new texture, which is called skin base color 1 for now, and we're going to multiply it as I mentioned, and we're going to go back to the texture painting, and this is going to be skin, I'm going to call it skin dots, save my texture, and as you will see when I paint I'm going to add some dots, but this one I'm not going to, for this one I'm not going to be using symmetry, so I'm going to remove the symmetry, and I'm going to just spread some dots here and there, especially on the near the nose and the cheeks. Can make some bigger ones and less bigger ones. I would say to put some of them elsewhere. You can see how this helps in the texture work to make a much more realistic head. There is maybe like the shader of the so I'm gonna save this map, Alt S again. It's important to save actually all the maps, so the specular 2, the skin base 2, something like that. And usually I do also ambient occlusion paints that I'm able to control. I'm not going to do it for now, but let's go back, for instance, in the shading tab, and I think that the specular part of the map, so I'm gonna remove this texture that doesn't serve anything, and the skin SSS neither. But I think that the specular or the roughness, maybe it's too much. So I think the specular actually, yeah, we've done. Maybe for the roughness I can tone it down a little bit, and I can probably also, let's try to plug it in the roughness too. And invert it. Yeah, no, this doesn't work. So the roughness should be the same quality with our design. And you can see how I don't want sheen, I don't want all those stuff. And you can see how I can get some pretty interesting results, especially with the lips actually. It creates a glossy aspect for them, which I like. Okay. So now, I still think I'm gonna try to do an ambient occlusion pass, but to do that, I want to bake it actually. So I'm going to go in the baking panel. So for that I have to move to Cycles, and I also have to create a new texture. So I'm gonna duplicate this node. Texture node. I'm gonna create a new texture called AO for ambient occlusion. Select OK. Select this texture, and in the bake. So I'm not going to render the cycle view. I'm gonna save, by the way, and I am going to go for only the ambient occlusion, and I am going to bake it. So it should bake in the, if I open for instance the UV editing and look at the UV, it should bake the ambient occlusion for this map. Okay, so apparently it didn't work as expected, so we're gonna try to fix this bake issue. So the target is the image texture, of course. The ambient occlusion is okay. We don't want selected to active. Just want to bake it as it is. So yes, it's quite weird. Let's redo the bake. Okay, let me check if the mesh, the first thing usually is to see if the mesh is applied in terms of transform. So I'm gonna apply all transform. I'm also going to see if my face orientation is right. So it should be right. So I'm gonna recalculate the normal just for being sure of that, but it should be the case. Maybe it's the subdivision surface that it don't like, so I'm gonna remove it just to make a quick check. And no, I don't have a good result neither. So this is quite strange, to be honest. So what I'm gonna try is I'm gonna try to add a multi-res. I'm gonna subdivide a few times, maybe 2 times. I'm gonna try to go through the multi-res. I don't want to bake the normals, I want to bake the displacement neither. Apparently I cannot bake the ambient occlusion like this. Yeah, this is honestly quite weird. I don't know why I don't have a nice result with the bake. Let's try to bake a combined pass to see how this works. Oh, I start to understand. Sorry, the combine doesn't work, but I think, yeah, the eyes, the sculpt, these shouldn't render, and also probably like this should be the only thing to be rendered. So I need to, for now, I need to add everything but this to be rendered. So this is the only object being able to contribute to the bake. So I think this was the issue. Let's try again with a bake. And this was it. As you can see, I now have a pretty good ambient occlusion thing. So with this ambient occlusion, what I can do is go, so I can save it. Let's call it skin AO. Let's save it, Alt S, skin AO. What I can do is in the shading part, I can move back to Eevee. And the skin AO can be simply, simply multiplied again on top of the skin color. But to do that, I will have to once again multiply it maybe over there. So this will be multiplied again. And for the dots there, you know that this is the slider for controlling how visible they will be, and this is for controlling the ambient occlusion, how much I want the ambient occlusion. I think I can even add a color ramp for this ambient occlusion, and I can even make it stronger, like push the levels. You can see how with this I can do that. So I'm gonna make it stronger, and I'm gonna change it to a purple color, and the white part is going to be still white. I'm sorry. So something like that would probably do the trick. As you can see, this can be interesting. And I think that apart from that, we can start to do a very simple facial expression for our character. So in order to do that, I'm going to go into solid view, and I am going to select my mesh and add a shape key. So I'm going to add a basis, and then I'm going to add a key that I move to 1. And this, now what I can do is I can sculpt, okay? But before doing that, I'm going to remove the multi-res, and I'm going to use back a subdivision surface as normal. And I'm going to move like the corners a little bit up. And remember that what we're dealing with now is a shape key, okay? So everything that I'm manipulating there works as a layer if you want on top. I want to maybe move up a little bit this eye. And this cheek. Usually when we smile, it digs also back. This is what I can do. And we lose also a little bit of volume in the lips. What I can do is also add a shape key for this mesh. So I can add back the lashes, and those eyelashes I need to apply the mirror actually. Oh yes, I have a shape key, so yeah. Let's remove the shape keys actually, and before doing that we need to apply the mirror, and let's add the shape key right now. And let's move individually this part, this piece. And this piece. let's render the thing. I think I can also move the mouse a little bit higher. And I think I can also sculpt an expression for moving that down. So let's enable the wire. Let's grab this. Let's grab this thing, and in order to make it work with shape keys, I'm going to apply first, add 2 shape keys, so the basis and the final one. Move the value to 1, so I can move the shape keys. I'm going to move that down. And then move that up. So display the wire, I can remove it. And you see that the last thing that will probably help me have a better view, have a better thing, is to tweak the eyes a little bit so they look in a different direction. And this kind of work, I think, better. And also, this is what I've mentioned previously, I think it's always nice if we can close the lips more. So I'm gonna use the proportional editing, but the connected one, by pressing Alt-O. And I'm gonna move the lips up and down. Maybe I can move the chin a little bit more up. Maybe also I can pinch by scrolling the wheel. I can change the corner of the mouse so they are more pinched. I can also define maybe the nose a little bit more there so it goes back, creating a crease. Remember, we are still dealing with a shape key, so everything should work pretty safely. If you want to go back at any point, you can tone down the thing and you can see it works back to your original mesh, which is perfect for you. So I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna probably, I think I really want to add maybe a top, but maybe the tutorial is going to be very long. So you know what? I think we're gonna stop there for this tutorial. There's a ton of things that we could have done better, of course, but I wanted to do this tutorial like for a long time, just to share with you some techniques. I think you can, for instance, for the eyelashes, you can paint, you know, the eyelashes as a texture, and then you can map it. This will have been something cool to do. I think here we can still sculpt. Sculpt this. Maybe you can even enter in edit mode to tweak those faces so they are up, and we can scale back this. Remember, we are dealing with a shape key right there, so a blend shape basically. And I think that for what I wanted to share with you in this tutorial, we have done a pretty good job. I know, and you know that if it weren't a tutorial, we will probably have to, I will probably spend more time doing some stuff, tweaking here and there, polishing some parts. But again, it's a tutorial, so I'm gonna have to stop it at some points. I'm pretty happy with the work. Now maybe I can move back the hairs a little bit, and maybe I can scale them a little bit also, and apply the transforms. Scale them on the y-axis, maybe back. So something like that will quite work for me. And at some point you have to to say stop all the time, like with, when doing a tutorial. So I think I'm close to saying stop, but before that I want to tone back down a little bit more the roughness for the character, and maybe also, you know what, for the I'm not very happy with this part, but I think this will work still. So thank you for watching this tutorial. If you want to make a final render, by the way, I forgot to explain you how I will approach this. I will do, for instance, I will put a camera, and I will change the dimension of the thing to be probably a square render. I will place the camera at an angle, and I will change the focal to be maybe, in this context, maybe use 80. Will do the trick, I think. I prefer, I think, the other angle. Can rotate a little bit. And you can also play with, you know, with the eyes when doing camera shots. So it's up to you to find the right angle. Maybe I can go with an even flatter focal. As you can see, this works also. I can even more emphasize even more the smile. Make the M of the mouth even more visible. From the side it looks alright, and I think that we can then render. So at this point you will render with Eevee. You can also render, because this is like how we set up the things with Eevee, but you can also switch the renderer to be Cycles, and because Eevee and Cycles should approximately work the same, you should be able to have the same qualitative render. And one thing that you can do, and I'm gonna save to do that, is you can use the denoising in the viewport. It's gonna automatically pick the denoiser that may work the best with your setup, and as you will see, it's loading the render kernels, and it says it may take a few minutes, so I'm gonna pause the video. So I think instead I'm gonna ask for the open image denoiser, which I hope will work. So okay, this was not the best idea I had, so let's just do the denoise on the rendered image. So this is possible, and also In the performances, you know that you can see that I have a AutoSize plugin, which is by default in Blender. You can press F4 and go in the add-on section here, and you will have to find the auto tile size, which basically we try to find the best settings possible for the tiles. And I will switch to GPU, and you will see that in the performances the tiles have been set up in a different way. And now I can press F12 and it will render my mesh, and you can see, and this is the issue I have to do, I have to turn back everything that should be rendered, not the sculpt and not the grease pencil objects, and then I will have, as you will see, my mesh being rendered. So it will also at some point output the denoising pass. So you can see we're close to the end with this render, and I think that before leaving you, I will just add a earring for this character. You can see we are now at the denoising pass, I think. You can see how Blender is doing a pretty awesome job for doing that. And I will add a earring there. I think it will look nice with this character, and you can see like this is the final render. Of course, it's not detailed here. Like you can see the eyebrows are not the best, of course. By the way, for those eyebrows, I need to enable the smoothing, and I can press Ctrl 2 to add the subdivision surface. But you know what? I'm gonna lower down one subdivision, I'm gonna thicken those eyebrows, and I'm gonna add another subdivision surface on top with one more subdivision, so it's going to be much more nice in terms of shapes. Oops, sorry, it's not this that we're dealing with, it's this. Let's increase even more the thickness. Maybe we can even remove this and only stay with those one. And I don't like the fact that they are. Let me go back in the render, and I think they should be more rough than this and a bit darker. So I'm gonna lower down the darkness of this, and I'm gonna lower down the specular part of them. So I think it's much nicer like this. Okay, so the last thing I wanted to add, as I mentioned, is a earring. So we're going to simply do a torus. I'm gonna try different things, but I think that a simple torus for the bottom could be nice. Let's increase the size. And let's look at the Eevee render to be faster. And I think that for this we're going to add a metallic shader. Of course, we're going to lower the roughness till the maximum that then we can. We are going to enter in edit mode and like even scale more the ring. And we are going to probably change the base color to something that looks like this, that is more more orange. And I don't know if I want, but sometimes I like to, I think 2 eye rings could be nicer. So I'm gonna do 2 like this. I think this looks cool. So now for the final render, you can go back to Cycles and press Z in order to not render the render directly in the viewport, and press F12, and this will basically be the final render for this tutorial. I hope that you liked this tutorial. I know it was a bit long, but I tried to cover more things that I actually wanted to cover, meaning that we've done some texture work, we've done a little bit of lighting, and things that were not planned. Still, I hope that this was useful for you, that you learned a few tricks. I wanted to share my workflow for doing this sort of this Disney character-like, I would say. Of course, this is a tutorial, so I would probably spend much more time for a concrete character, and also there is no body. There is no body in this context, so yes, this usually takes way more time to do, but still I hope you learned a few tricks, and thank you for staying till the end. So as a bonus section, I just wanted to share with you this quick time lapse. I just don't know what we're gonna make the eyelashes. So thank you. Done them in Krita as a texture, as a black and white texture, as you can see. So why Krita? It's just because I have more brushes, and I think it's easier for doing such a texture. It's also possible to do it in Blender, of course, using the texture paint. But then I decided to unwrap the eyelashes. I've added the eyelashes as the alpha of the BSDF principle, and as you can see, I'm also like using alpha blend for the in the option settings. Then I've unwrapped the eyelashes. I've tried to use the square UV square add-on in order to do my UVs, but yeah, in the end, I still have done them in another way, and I think I've made a mistake regarding the order of the the gradient, the short to large size. The fact that they're gradually getting higher in terms of like the eyelashes. That's why here I'm mirroring the UVs, as you can see. So I decided at some point to redo it, and I've overlapped them very quickly in order to make both of them at the same time. So that's exactly why I'm doing this. And then I basically I have done the UVs by hand in order to have a better control, as you can see. At some point I've tried to sculpt them, but it was not very ideal. Then I decided to create like a full white part on the bottom to make sure that in the lower part of in the lower loop of the eyelashes I have a dark color, or a full opaque color. And then I've done the lower eyelids that again I needed to be flipped. At some point I've tried also to start using a grid, which I finally decided to do as a base, to start as a base. And I remapped the UVs, and again I did the same mistake then with the eyelashes. They are not in the right direction, so I flipped them at some points and flipped the curves, as you can see. So it's not very complex as a workflow, but it's just taking time, like adapting the UVs. And then at this point I've also decided to try to remove a little bit of the alpha on the bottom to create a gradient. This was not working as I would love, so this is why I decided to tone that back in Krita, but leave them a little bit transparent. And then I've decided to try more broad cuts with the eyelashes. And in Blender you can press Alt R in order to reload a texture in the UV editor, in the UV image editor. So that's the workflow I'm using. Basically, I'm going in Krita, doing my stuff, saving, going back to Blender, Alt R to reload the texture. And this is the end of this tutorial. I hope you liked it. Don't hesitate to subscribe to this channel if it's not already the case, in order to support it and to be aware of the next tutorials. I would like again to thank you for staying till the end, and I see you in the next video. Cheers!
you.